pick up. I kind of just called to hear your voice. I miss you. I've been thinking about you, and I've been thinking about our love and how much I miss you. Every day. I hope and I wish that you're doing okay. I want us to go back to the old days because I miss you and I just thought of you. Of you listening to this, the thought of you on the other side of the line, I can't hang up. I don't want this to end. Not again. I don't know if you miss me too, but I hope you do. Things never go back to what we were, what I became so used to, what I thought would be forever. I'm kind of glad you didn't pick up. I kind of just called to hear your voice. I miss you. I've been thinking about you, and I've been thinking about our love and how much I miss you. Every day. I hope and I wish that you're doing okay. I want us to go back to the old days because I miss you and I just thought of you. you listening to this? The thought of you on the other side of the line. I can't hang up. I don't want this to end. Not again. I don't know if you miss me too, but I hope you do. Even if things never go back to what we were, what I became so used to, what I thought would be forever.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. We're searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Yeah. Shawty loves it, loves that I'm a dog. They don't want it, they scared of what I know. Told you the budget, I gotta get my own. Shout out my bros, this right here deserves a toast, A lot of people back home on my back and they know. Trying to get on my line, cause the people I know. Manifest this year, 7+ on the ropes. They ain't doing this shit, tripping over my flows. I'm on the way, tell them I don't play. I'm on the move, trying to get my pay. I might just move on and watch and pray. I'm on the way, I'm on my way. Manifest this year, 7+ on the ropes. They ain't doing this shit, tripping over my flows. Loves that I'm a goat. Shawty loves it, loves that I'm a goat. They don't want it, they scared of what I know. Told you the budget, I gotta get my own. Shout out my bros, this right here deserves a toast, A lot of people back home on my back and they know. Trying to get on my line, cause the people I know. Manifest this year, 7+ on the ropes. They ain't doing this shit, tripping over my flows. I'm on the way, tell them I don't play. I'm on the move, trying to get my pay. I might just move on and watch and pray. I'm on the way, I'm on my way. Manifest this year, 7+ on the ropes. They ain't doing this shit, tripping over my flows. Loves that I'm a goat.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Playtonia presents the Ramadan Gaming Championship powered by SteelSeries and Tech Hub. Here with the host Blackjack and Opcon, as we are more than delighted to bring you what is now the semifinals of this grand tournament. Opcon, how are you doing on this fine evening?
Man, I'm just waiting to see how this evening ends because we have our semi-finale one lined up. As you mentioned, it's going to be a grand event because your game, Rainbow Six Siege, here we are with a massive tournament which is co-powered by SteelSeries and Tech Hub, and this is going to be the Ramadan Gaming Championship post-month. We got to see some amazing matchup being lined up which we had to witness. Unfortunately, the next month, which is now. Last month, there was some insane actions going out there. From the start of Team ARK, we had Team Kamikaze, we had Team K, none other than our KNF, and also, not to mention, we have anti-ranked. Between all of these teams, there are only 4 teams who are going to make it up all the way towards the semi-finale, and then the winners progress in the grand finales.
Absolutely. And tonight, as you mentioned, Upcon is the first semifinal of this event. It has been a long time coming, as you all will remember the close brackets that we had on stream last month, and then the open qualifiers that have been running since. It has all come to a head here and now. And tonight's match, that is to say in the schedule, is Team KNF versus Team Kamikaze. We are definitely going to be having a grand old time spectating this one. Kamikaze, of course, we've seen before. We saw them back during the close brackets, and they were a pretty aggressive team. I'll be honest with you. They love their momentum, absolutely, but they were a pretty aggressive team that could be taken a little aback by just a change in playstyle, if you will. I believe they did lose a couple of matches because of that, but here they are. They made it all the way through, and we are excited to see how they will proceed to play this match today against KNF, folks. There's a lot at stake here, mind you. We've got quite a big prize pool to be played around for all of the teams here at the Ramadan Gaming Championship. And, they know at this point what is at stake, and they know what they're fighting for. The semifinals, they've already guaranteed themselves a good chunk of it. But of course, the winner takes the biggest chunk and the most prizes as well. So, it's gonna be a fight to the death between these teams.
They need to fight it till the very end, and this is where it all starts. They have been here fighting since the very base, and that's where it all started. I'm really excited to see that what is going to be the numbers when it comes towards the prize pool, and also it's going to be a big monetary motivation to all of our players as well. Having a winning prize, it's just a sense of pride which you have, but along with that, all of those hours we have put in, all of those initial clutch moments, those synergies which you have built, this is where it all gets testified. Teams are going to be testified on their limits. It's just the best competing up against the side of the best. I am also waiting to see that which are going to be the first two teams who will be playing here at the semi-finale number one, because you only have these classical plays: semi-finale 1, semi-finale 2, and eventually the winners progress to the grand finals. Taking a look at the total prize pool, which is worth 20,000 dirham, the number one position is going to be backed off with 10,000, which is 50% of it. Another 25%, which is going to be 5,000 dirham, will be backed off with the runner-up. The second runner-up gets 2,500 dirham, and the fourth position, if you end up, you get 2,500 dirham. So that's kind of fair, and I believe that all the, if I was to be a team blackjack, I might have been really already motivated looking after that third and fourth position. They have secured a prize pool already.
That they have. The loser of this match obviously is going to be between that third and fourth position. So they are already guaranteed 2,580 right there. However, of course, second place gets 5,000, first place gets 10. That is what they will be looking for here and now. Both of these teams, that first place with 10,000 AED, that is definitely something that they would love to get for themselves. And, you know, we would also love to see which team exactly goes there. We're talking about that a lot, of course. Between KNF and Kamikaze, it's going to be a good fight. Now, mind you, this is a semifinal, so there is a best of three in place, folks. Three maps.
Oh.
Or, well, three maps is the maximum potential of this game. Best of meaning that the first team to win two maps will go ahead. The first team to lose, unfortunately, becomes, I believe, third place here. There might be a decider match here or there. We'll have to, check about that later on. But regardless, yes, the winner from here will definitely be at the very least second place in the tournament if and when they win or lose in the finals. As you can see, Kamikaze versus KNF, and the first map on the board today is going to be the good old-fashioned Clubhouse. We've seen this map a lot between many teams, between many matches, many tournaments. Clubhouse is just your old favorite when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege.
I believe having a map like Clubhouse and then Team Kamikaze being the one who will be attacking at this map first, this is where things happen to be quite interesting. Because for the early, I believe, sixth round, Team KNF, they'll have to defend each and every position where you can expect Team Kamikaze to come. It's the map of Clubhouse, and I'm just waiting to see what's going to be the eventual lineup as well coming out of the both of the teams, because both the teams, Team Kamikaze to be specific, they have some of those amazing, like I'll say assaulter mains who have been quite promising when it comes to their KD ratio. We have been talking about the stacks after each and every post match, and post matches, looking after the stats of Team Kamikaze, I'm really waiting to see what's going to be their eventual playing five, because this is a semi-finale. This is where you are just one step closer to getting that ticket to the grand finals. And once you are at the grand finale, you have almost, like prize pool monetary wise, you have almost doubled down your, initial offering which you are getting. On top of that, you are also going to be, at least a probable chance that you get to win the tournament. You might compete against the best at the semi-finale too as well, who will be the winner, but potentially that's the place both of the team would want to be at.
Well, as things stand right now, here we have both of the teams. For all of our viewers at home, all of the lineups, as it were. From the side of KNF, we've got Amir LZ, Artin, Shax, Nixes, and Mahan. Interesting names right there, as it were. Like we said, KNF, I don't think we have seen them before, unless we saw them in the closed brackets, and is just slipping my mind. Might be. We did see anti-rank, we saw Ace, and we saw Kamikaze, and I believe those
True,
were the teams, right? Yep, those were the teams
true.
indeed. So there was a round robin between the three teams, and well, as you can see, Kamikaze has made it through. Interestingly enough, actually, looking at tomorrow, which will be the second semifinal, just to briefly talk about it, I believe Team Ace or Force E basically, are actually playing tomorrow, so they seem to have made it as well. But anyway, back to the point at hand, folks. Kamikaze, their lineup right here
Okay.
in front of all our viewers at home: Ramatov, Hatu, Skiller, Legend, and Sajade. Of course, I think I said that right. So Jade, yeah.
Yep,
I
yep.
hope I did anyway. I still remember when we first casted Kamikaze, and I could not pronounce his name for the life of me. So I hope to do better about that tonight, folks. But overall, yeah. So I was just going over my notes, while you were taking a little bit there. And interestingly enough, we haven't actually seen Kamikaze on Clubhouse yet for this tournament, mind you. So I'm interested to see how they will play here. Though, to be perfectly fair, Oregon and Clubhouse do play kind of similarly. The strategies where you will hard breach and whatnot are different, but your overall flow of the map is the same. Top floor is still the best site, in this case CCTV, and in Oregon's case bedroom, and then you go down to the basement church. Sometimes in Clubhouse you see the first floor side being played, but it's not really the best because you have gym bedroom on the other side of the map. Whereas on Oregon, first floor is the area with two maps, right? But regardless, it should be pretty interesting to see Kamikaze, how they wrap around their strategies for this map. Excuse me, I don't want to drop my mic by accident. I have this bad habit. I accidentally hit my mic a lot. Um, but it's in the way, Like I'm moving my arm here, and it's this big thing right here that gets in my way.
Yeah.
KNF, on the other hand, I'm interested to see how they pull things out. And there we go. As you can
Oh my
see,
god.
the three maps for the night. Clubhouse, we were just talking about. Map number 2, Bank, picked by Kamikaze. No surprises there. Kamikaze, the last time we saw them, they played Bank against anti-ranked, and they completely beat out anti-ranked. There was not even a contest. I believe it was 7-2 or 7-3 in favor of
Yep.
Kamikaze. Anti-ranked just could not, just they had no answer. Chalet, on the other hand, is the decider map, and defending there will be Kamikaze. Interesting decisions being made overall from all teams. I don't know if we're going to see Chalet just yet. Again, only because we haven't seen, the side of KNF before. But once Clubhouse is underway and we have a good idea of how, KNF plays, I think we'll be able to predict whether or not we will go all the way to decider map.
True, and I'm just waiting to see that defense in like the side of Bank is going to be somewhere. But Team Kamikaze, we have seen teams playing up against Bank, which eventually did resulted in an overtime. Team Anti-Ranked, I would love to see what's going to be their initial start, starting things off with a defense out there at Clubhouse. Things are not going to be that interesting, but that's what is the semi-finale all about. You cannot be expecting yourself to be within that range of your comfort zone. You need to get out of that, and that's where your limits are going to be pushed on from both of these teams. I am not, predicting anywhere less than either a 7-5 or maybe even an overtime, because, this is some
Hmm.
of those score lines which I'm really excited to anticipate. Because Team Kamikaze, yes, they did played well. They had nothing but sheer domination, Blackjack. But, at the same time, we had Team KNF and they had enough time. It's been quite a while. They might have worked, they would have worked, and they definitely might have all the read of Team Kamikaze. And when it drops down to the map of Clubhouse itself, in a BO3 series, no matter if you lose your momentum, if you ain't started up with some good warm ups, you will get a chance to give your best. You will get a chance to showcase your true potential, and that's going to be, if not the map one, then potentially match number 2, which is going to be the map of Bank, where Team Kamikaze will be at the defensive side. Charlotte is that one map which we do not want to be missing on to, because this is just the semi-finale number 1. And it's all we got tonight, isn't it, Blackjack? We got a BO3.
Hmm.
Just getting it done by, the map number 2 is going to be something where I might put a prediction of 2 all if you ask me, my prediction for the scoreline. But
Okay.
yeah, a 2-1 is something which I'm really excited for. What about you?
Absolutely. I feel like a 2-1 is probably inevitable between both of these teams. And we'll see whether or not that does, of course, come to pass as the teams are getting ready, folks. So don't worry, we will be getting into the match very, very shortly indeed. And we will be in with the operator bans. Of course, we all know how important those are. Operators that get banned, well, that kind of dictates the flow of everything. If you have a Thatcher, attacking teams will, of course, flow very differently. They'll move very differently than if you had
True.
banned, say, a Jackal or a Finka. Right. I do expect a Finka ban just because of the sheer presence that Finka has had as of late in the meta. Already a low recoil 100 round high damage LMG, excuse me. SMGs don't have 100 rounds. I need to remind myself of that.
True.
But a 100 LMG that doesn't have any recoil and deals significant damage. She has 2 grenades, a Gon 6, so utility is just gone if Finka appears in front of you. And on top of everything, she gets that adrenaline surge, right? Which means
Uh,
she'll be ADSing faster. The whole team, attacking team, will be aiming down sights faster. They'll be moving through barbed wire faster. They will be, they'll have 25 more HP for a temporary amount of time, which means they'll be tanking more bullets. And yeah, it's kind of threatening Finka's presence on the overall meta. So with the Charlotte Major upcoming, the first major of the year 7 esports season, I do expect that with season 2 we might see some nerfs to Finka. I feel like it's getting urgent at this point because every game, even every game I play at my level in unranked, there's Finka bans, and if she's not banned, then
okay.
strap your seatbelts because you're in for a wild ride. Grenades from below, grenades from left, grenades from right. Gone 6. There goes your deployable shield, and boom, you're dead. That's the Rainbow Six experience with Finka in there, folks. And I'm pretty sure some pro players will probably echo those thoughts. Who knows? The players in this lobby might actually echo those thoughts as well. But we'll have to see whether or not that is the case. And as for
Yeah.
defenders, given that it's Clubhouse, I am expecting Mira ban. Clubhouse on Mira on Clubhouse, very strong. And if you want to get funky, get a mute ban as well because droning is very important here. And with the mute gone, ooh boy, defenders will be very hard pressed to stay in one place for too long.
I believe Team KNF, they, not only that they had the peakers advantage in the very first half, it's the place where they really need to grab up at least an equalizer in the best case scenario, or maybe a lead could be way better, 4-2 lead. Defensive first half is something after those operator bans that you might really be looking forward for to make sure that in the second half you are having those margin of errors to work with in case you lose any round, and in case those advantages just been led to the side of Team Kamikaze. In the second half, losing every single round would result in a match point already, a map point to be honest. This is going to be a BO3 series, and a best of 3 series is something which, no matter how fast or how the long the game goes, eventually winner need to prove themselves in yet another map. And other maps are going to be some names which I'm really waiting to see that what is going to be map number 2 and 3, because that is something which our viewers are also going to be excited for. We did got to know that Bank is the map 2 where you are going to be seeing Team Kamikaze going to the defensive first half. Meanwhile, Chalet being that decider, I would love to see. I would love to see last time where we were having the round robin format, as you mentioned. Witnessing a map like Bank was completely insane. Looking after the stairs, the lobby, those entrance, struggles which we get to see from any side. And yeah, there have been enough maps where those specific sides have been something not less than any domination. You get to dominate quite and so a few of those respective side, but I don't think that's going to be the case at the very first map where we will be heading to the clubhouse.
Absolutely. There's a lot to be said about Clubhouse, and we'll say more about that when we get into the game, folks. Still a little bit of time for the players to get ready. So, in the meanwhile, we can have a good look at the
Oh my god.
SteelSeries series of prizes that the teams will be winning here. They've already, gotten themselves the semifinalist set of the Apex 3 TKL QCK Edge large mousepad, Aerox 3 mice, and of course the Arctic 7 Plus headset. Only one team will get that, mind you, because only one semifinalist will stay back, and the runner-up will get Apex 5 keyboard, QCK heavy large mousepad, Rival 5 mice, and an Arctic 9 wireless headset. Ooh boy, there's some good stuff over there. But mind you, that's not everything. The ones who win, not only do they already get 10K AD out of all of this, right? They fought a long way to get that 10K. they're also going to be getting an Arctis Pro gaming DAC headset, a QCK Prism XL and
Mm.
or mousepad, excuse me, right there, a Rival 650 wireless mouse, and an Apex 7 TKL keyboard. Those are some very nice pieces of tech, let me tell you. And someone's even got me jealous. I don't have things that are this good. I do know a guy who has a QCK Edge Large, but that's about it, right? So that's the thing. This tech, this tech is some really really good stuff.
And I'm already in love with the mid one, but to be specific,
Ah,
we
yes.
have some mice right there. But just look after these, amazing rewards being there, and how much of a contribution it brings it all, how much those encouragement it brings it all for each and every R6 player out there, getting those potential, missing out to that caliber, having those teams, but just waiting for those opportunities. Opportunities are definitely going to be endless, but first of all, I think we should give it up to none other than Playtonia presenting the Ramadan Gaming Championship, and thanks to SteelSeries and Tech Hub as well for bringing up this event greatly into a possible event. And at this season, it's one of the best times which you could ask for. We have some good off season right there, and that's where some heated up action is going to happen once the game will get started. Before the game gets started, I think the players need to get some enough time to make sure that their connectivity, each and every things are quite stable, because once the action begins, there's no stopping. And we really really love to see some fair competition out there, because any ping issue, any connectivity issue, any unfair advantage being given away to the opponent player, something which both the team would not really expect from themselves and also from the opponents. This is where starting things off, all the trials, all those warm-ups, each and everything is going to be tested to perfection, so that once the match begins, we have a map number one, which might even be one of those deciding factor, that in case any team wins it, they are not just taking away the 1-0, but they are also taking away the confidence and a good path to get inside the finals once we head over to the second map. So map number one essentially is a big essence to make sure that you are able to secure it. Once you lose it, the losing team does faces a lot of repercussions.
I mean, yeah, that they do. Repercussions primarily being that they will lose out on a large chunk of the prize pool and the gift pool overall. So, that they're going to have to try and play to win here. Obviously, they will be. But, we like to keep things light here. And the Playtonia presents the
True.
Ramadan Gaming Championship, powered by SteelSeries and Tech Hub. Regardless, folks, we are just going to be into the game nice and quickly. We know technical difficulties as it were, but sometimes this happens. We're not really responsible for the match not starting. It's down to the players. But just like Opcon said, you want to make sure that everything is working properly. Yep, there we go. Like I
Yep.
said, I have a habit of accidentally smacking this thing. But you want to be sure that your connections are working, right? And you don't want to accidentally smack any of your tech that you have to try and play this, just like I do all the time. You want to avoid that as a player, Thankfully, I'm not a player, because if I were, then I'm pretty sure my keyboard would be right
Uh,
there by my bed instead. So, sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. But
it do be
regardless, it
like
should
that.
be of it do feel like that. Agreed. But yeah, I've got some good energy going on right now. I was playing some Elden Ring before we started, and fun fact, I was stuck on a boss a lot. Like I just stuck,
Oh,
could not get that boss. Yesterday I tried like 15 times, just died every single time, right? And there were a couple of times
oof.
where I got them down to like one hit, and then I fell off the side of the edge of the mountain. Just whoop, gone. It happens. Elden Ring is a weird
Man.
game that way. But
True.
I started the game like 30 minutes ago before the stream started. I started the game first try. I wasn't even paying
Okay.
attention. I was talking to a friend about pizza. So, I
Okay.
got some good energy going today. And I hope the players can give me some more good energy to vibe with, because that's what we're all about these parts. Vibing to some good energy, getting ourselves in a nice place, and letting all of it out with some explosive matches and rounds here at this. Okay. Well, looks like we're gonna have to hold off on
Yep.
that
Yep.
energy for just a little bit longer, folks, because we just got a
True.
message from our admin here. The lobby has to be rehosted. Big technical difficulties going on as things stand. I think it's also, that the game sees that is in custom games it allows for like 30 minutes. The lobby to be hosted for 30 minutes. I don't know why it just doesn't let you host it forever, but I guess booking that much resources takes its own toll, so that's why they have the timer on it. So that 30 minutes have probably run out, which means it has to be rehosted, and the players are still having their issues. So we're still waiting on a confirmation for the match to begin. I know, long preamble. Me and Apcon, we've been here for a while now, and I'm pretty sure you're tired of hearing hearing our voices and our ramblings. But hopefully it'll be done soon. We are hearing that it will be done soon as well. So it looks like most of it's been taken care of. And in about 2-3 more minutes, I think, 5 minutes maybe at most, we'll be back.
Yeah.
Well, we'll be into the game itself. So I'm not going to ask for the full predictions from anyone because, like we said, KNF we haven't seen on stream before. But
True.
for map number 1, right, for Clubhouse, what are we expecting, Upcon?
I believe we are looking after a defensive side. The team KNF will be playing the initial 6th round. I would love to go on towards a 4-2, which I really believe could turn into a very competitive situation. But if you give Team Kamikaze their space, if you put Team Kamikaze in their zone where they love to dominate, they have those players initially. I'm talking about Legend. I'm talking about some of those front lines who are gonna do their job, making sure that then they initiate their team. Then it's gonna be something where Team KNF you are going to be having a tough time. But the map ban, the operator ban, comes in, and well, I got so excited that I was initially looking after the map, but well, map is going to be Clubhouse. Let's look after the operator bans for now coming in. Firstly, from the side of KNF, and well, it seems to be their ban Hibana.
An interesting band to start off, but a band that we are sort of familiar with when it comes to Clubhouse. Although usually you would expect an ace to be banned either way, but no, Jackal will be banned from the side of Kamikaze. No surprises right there. Hibana and Jackal are generally pretty strong on Clubhouse. Hibana more so that we like to talk about because of the fact that she is the queen of opening hatches, right? She can get all of the hatches done on Clubhouse without any issues whatsoever, especially with that Kaid ban coming out. But that's from Kamikaze as a retaliation for the Hibana ban from earlier because of course, Hibana can get hatches open, but she's banned, so why really bother bringing Kaid? They're going to let KNF, they're going to let themselves have the hatch, and then when they go into defense, they're going to let KNF have the hatch, because bringing Kaid is just a resource and a slot wasted for an operator that's not even there. Ace can open the hatch, Thermite can open the hatch, you have Maverick. He can get 2 hatches and then another little entry hole in any reinforced wall. He has that much fuel in that torch of his. So overall, Hibana and Kaid, very expected bans. Wamai, on the other hand, interesting ban from KNF side. Looks like they want to, hamper the overall utility denial game from the defense side. And they don't really want to play with Wamai either. They're probably playing the long game with that one. So that is the bans taken care of. Hibana, Jackal, Kaid, and Wamai. And with that, we're going to be going into round number 1. Basement Church in Arsenal Room is the site of choice. And we hope you're ready for this. It's been a while coming now. Round number 1 is a go.
Here we go. Team KNF starting things off at the defensive side. I was kind of interested, to see that how we do not, after, speaking so much, you letting us know so much info about Penkai, and she eventually not being given a ban. And at the same time, even Valkyrie did not get any ban or wasn't even being quarantined to make sure she's one of those 4 operators who won't get a chance to be here in the map number 1. But for now, KNF starting things off. Goes initially. Okay, bringing down his wooden thatches, making sure that he is bringing up each and every visual, which could work in his favor. On the other hand, the game has begun, and that's where Team Kamikaze will now start to make their move.
That is correct. And yeah, I was saying that I was expecting a Mira ban. However, Mira is in play, as you can see right here, being played currently by Nix's, or N1XZ, depending on how you say it. So yeah, this is going to be a little difficult for the attacking team to truly get into the site and, properly hold on the off-site areas, near to site that is, because here's the thing, Mira, just by the presence of that Black Mirror alone, she blocks off a ridiculous amount of, entry you just never know who's behind the one-way black mirror, right? So it's better to not take that gunfight. Instead, interestingly enough, Nixus doesn't actually have any sight on that, if I saw correctly. As in the meanwhile, Sajjadeh is going to go and get the hatches open. Black Eye camera spotted, taken care of. Flashbang coming in from the the bar hatch. Kitchen hatch will be open in just a second. The ace is here. That's Goku-san. And a little bit, okay, that's interesting. I think they didn't need to throw that there. I don't know if they actually have a second one because you need 2 ace charges to get the hatch open. That might have been a bit of a misplay right there. And unless Sajjadeh has another can opener in the pocket, which they do, so that means that can opener is going to get things done, but no impact trick. And that is going to be all the hard breach denied. Shax has just done a good job of this. That was actually Hato coming in with that one, the can opener, that is, the secondary hard breach. But no dice, and Kitchen Ash is being fiercely defended right now. Look at this. Finka boost comes in, but Shax is undeterred. Shots fired, so Jade takes a bit of damage. Impact goes out as the buck starts clearing out the floor. Candela comes in as well. Wow, he really needed Shax out of there. But no, he's not actually going to go off. Yes, this time it's been placed entirely on top of the hatch. And there we go. Kitchen Ash is finally open. Tons of trouble given by KNF's defense. Kamikaze took their sweet time, but now they've got the hatch open. They've got 50 seconds remaining. How far can they proceed towards the site?
Seems as if that's going to be some good opening that both of these teams are really hoping to have. First opening comes up from the side of Morph. Goku-san got taken down, but Skiller here taking down KNF. That's a great trade right there. Turning things on to a 4v4 situation. Only 30 seconds remaining. This is going to be something quite close. It's now to a 3v4. Sajjadeh taking down Sax X-Ray, and he brings down a good utility. Using those utilities, buying those initial times, but only now 20 seconds are remaining.
A bomb has been located.
Oh dear me, the drop-in completely expected. Good attempt at a shot right there from the Buck, but dropping in, they can only get one. That is unfortunate. The Mita, look at that. Beautifully done. I was talking about how they have no sights on the gun, but it does not matter, clearly. This round number 1 will go to the side of KNF. They have just taken their first round in a pretty good fashion, I would say. And they will move on to the second round now. Gym Bedroom. Interesting. So they don't want to go CCTV immediately. They either have some sort of strat for CCTV, or they just simply play Gym Bedroom better and are expecting Kamikaze to expect them to go to CCTV. They're kind of mind games, with the map pick right here, the site pick, so to speak. And Bedroom overall, even without a Kaid, you can hold on Bedroom pretty well. Morph bringing in the mute, of course, will allow for that play that we were just talking about, denying drones, denying intel. More so than that, denying a lot of utility from the side of the attack, more specifically, denying the drones. So important. We saw how important drones were for Kamikaze. They were taking down Valkyrie cameras and, other pieces of utilities so well, thanks to their drones. But as soon as those drones were gone, suddenly they were completely taken aback. They didn't know how to proceed. And because of that, they found themselves losing the round, taking gunfights that they shouldn't be overall. And, well, round 1 went to KNF, but it's only round 1, of course. Kamikaze can still bring this back, as we have once again the Mira from Nixus. That is going to be an important pick and an important potential first blood if they can get the Mira, or at least the black mirrors out of the way. Excuse me, right there. Morph is already taking some damage. Some big long angles being held down by the assault rifles of the attack. No gain just yet, but Morph will have to play a little bit more careful on these cross angles as they manage to make it back on the side.
There's a lot of angles initially which has to be rolled off from Morph as he positions himself near the side of bathroom, eastern south roof, getting towards the side of roof. Team Kamikaze, now their approach is a bit different. And once they get that right timing, might use some intel, might use some drone, he misses some single peek. All the drones running across. Well, here we go, the first intel. He might have actually caught on the second player right there, who was potentially going to be Sax. But bathroom been hold it off from the side of Sax. Once again, Goku-san using the drone to his advantage, getting some visual. At least some intel would be quite much enough. But Morph takes down Hatu. That's a great opening. That's the first blood he gets right there. Skiller on the other hand. The drones are actually making some great move right here, I believe. Already the first round is inside the favor of KNF. Good news, he might have anticipated the connection was being close, and that's a big reason you are seeing Skiller down to just 40 HP.
Indeed, that C4 toss was a very good one. Oh, didn't quite get the shot, but no shotguns out, and the Finka just completely blindsided, did not know where the mute went. They did not have enough intel to take that gunfight, but they went for it anyway. And unfortunately, Skiller will simply be shot down, just as Hato did not too long ago, leaving the team in a bit of a pickle right now. 3v5 entirely. But they get one back. Goku-san comes in, finds Morph. That was the mute. One revenge kill taken, but they still haven't cleared CCTV. Look at this. They have Cash and CC on lock, but Goku-san is here. They find one more and a third. All right, this ace might just be in for something right about now. They've gotten 3 kills. They're inside of logistics. They've cleared it out entirely. They now want to go into the site, but the Mira is just playing on the hallway off site, very close, and they could play through the bathroom opening right now. And you still have Frost on a cross, but there goes Legend Nixus. We were just talking about this. Goku-san, no, that's actually Sajade taking them down. The Mira is taken care of in a revenge kill, a trade as it were. And through the Mira, it's been spotted, and the kill will be taken. The double kill for Sajade to finish off the round. And that is going to be now round number 2, this time going the way of the attack. Once again, a good start from KNF. They had the hold, but unfortunately, I think they started giving away a few 1v1s because of the way that we saw Goku-san bring it all back and start taking kills of their own. Again, just losing control of logistics, I think that's where they actually lost the round. And they're going back to Gym Bedroom. All right, so they are very confident about Gym Bedroom right about now. And let's see if they can hold logistics and cash a little better this time. Excuse me. I feel like they might actually be able to win this round.
I believe being all over the side of roof, they were actually, they did nothing but quite some confusion out there. Went into the brains of KNF, having these 2 initial bans, but still having Finka something which might have its own advantage. But KNF there with the Peaker's advantage, they are really going to get a tough time. After an equalizer, now this is where Team Kamikaze starts to build their pressure. Initially, the prep rounds comes in, and this time, nothing new changes. The second floor means, being quite concentrated on Goku-san, the man who had an amazing pace to make sure that he is able to get some initial opening. Meanwhile, if you look up at the side of Goku-san, 3k was almost up from his side. This is how you build up your confidence and then lift up your team. Morph, on the other hand, using all of these utilities to make sure that this is going to bring up that advantage. The hash is being in place. 5v5 to start things off, and Skiller, Legend, trying to make sure that they get any opening from any single side. Breach and play. Goku-san moving on towards the side of Kennels. Zipline from Sajdai, and well, that's a big audio clue been given away towards the side of KNF here.
Indeed. As we have the openings being made, the entries being lined up by the side of Kamikaze. CCTV being opened this time, they want to emphasize on cash. They know just how much trouble that Frost was giving them. And with them being taken care of, no big fires right through by Sajade, only to deal a minor bit of damage to the Frost. In the meanwhile, Hato's taking a bit of damage, interestingly enough. Not sure where from, as the ace will get the wall on Jacuzzi open nice and quickly. It won't be denied, not just yet. Shots are fired by the Mira, but to no avail. The Mira window needs to be opened, and Goku-san knows this. There we go. Throws it in, but I think there's a mid jammer. Yes, there is. It's blocked, and the shots will be fired as well. Ace is now half HP. Can't afford to take this gunfight unless they are absolutely sure about it. Grenade from below does not find anything. Skiller will simply have to walk up the red stairs, and we know just how dangerous that can be. Logistics hatch has been opened. And once again, it's a very similar situation for Kamikaze. They've got the breaches done, but the problem is they're having a lot of trouble making headway thanks to the way that KNF is playing it. One of the mirror windows has been popped. Unfortunate for Kamikaze, but it is what it is. And there we go. Shax seeing Hato coming up the main stairs. That will be the first kill once again.
Central roof, hold it off now. This is where the tension starts to build up. Team Kamikaze need to start building up their move. Seconds are being counted down. It's only 45 seconds remaining. Team KNF worst case situation would be losing back to back two players, followed by the start of Sax, who is holding off towards the start of bedroom, and that's where the things get started. Skiller takes down Sajade. Now this leaves us with only 3 players remaining. Goku-san gets taken down. Loser somehow managing to get that equalizer, get that advantage to themselves. Loser gets another one. That's a double kill right there. Just down to 2 players, Skiller and Legend. Skiller gets down towards the start of Legend, and well, that's a great way to end things off. 1, then a 1-all, then once again a 2-1 favoring the start of Team KNF, and that defensive poster is looking quite promise coming in from the start of Team KNF. And well, Team Kamikaze, not only were the 5 players a concern, but also timing was a key essence right there, that you need to bring that into an accountability, and that's where you start to build up those, you start to build up initially those panic situation which might get yourself pushed down to make some mistakes.
Absolutely. And like we said, losing control of logistics in that last round, round number 2, that definitely lost them the round. That is to say, KNF. But this time in round 3, they managed to not only hold it in, they were taking kills left, right, and center. It was almost as if they knew exactly where Kamikaze was coming in from and knew exactly how to stop them. And to their benefit, they did a really, really good job of that. Kamikaze, unfortunately, unable to take round number 3, as KNF will take that lead once again. Clubhouse, of course, is a slightly defender-sided map compared to other maps in the Rainbow Six competitive map pool. So, all in all, not really unexpected that the defensive team has taken 2 rounds early. Kamikaze, they are an aggressive team, but like we said, unless they can force you to make a mistake, and unless they know exactly how you're playing, they will struggle against a team that can play fluidly. And KNF have shown at least that they can change things up when required, and they can cut out whatever weakling they had in one round to make themselves stronger in the next. Now, this time, back to basement, as we have... Oh boy, excuse me, I had to take a breath. We have Sajade coming in through the strip club area nice and quickly. We're going to have the breaches done by Goku-san on that dirt wall. As it were, just standard stuff starting off on Clubhouse here. Nothing too particularly special. What they're trying to watch out for is any roamers. Because Clubhouse, sometimes you have roamers on top floor watching for the breach through those breakable ceilings. And there is a player up there, but they're really just playing the hard roam rather than holding on hatch, especially the kitchen hatch, which is oh so important, as we saw back in round 1.
Giving so much position, giving so much space. Team Kamikaze, they have already given some presence out there in 3 different locations. Down towards the pool room, down towards the side of Arsenal room. We have none other than the side of Goku-san, who might end up getting eliminated. As you can see, KNF has a good poster right there. Arsenal room being holded off. Goku-san now turning things apart. Might want to get regrouped instead, so that even any player getting taken down is a well-traded scenario against them. Now down to a 4v4, a 4v5. I believe that's a bad start, because a 4v5 situation is something which you would really need to make sure that those numbers does not affect your eventual scoreline. But a great equalizer, 5v4 now. Hatu gets taken down, but look after the HP. Morph, he does not have much HP to work with. A pre-fire coming in so that at least he connects any shots toward Morph in that line of fire. But well, Morph is not going to gamble that. He knows that one player advantage could mean a lot and could decrease a whole lot pressure. But Morph, man, he takes down another player, Skrilar.
Oh boy.
That's a great way to end things off. Corridor is totally being eliminated. A triple kill. Make that a triple for the side of none other than Morph. And well, to end things off, it's going to be an F1 to Team KNF. They are now starting to dominate this entire first half, and with a great lead, just 2 rounds remaining for the switch.
Oh man, I like full credit to Morph right there. The mute playing around the kitchen hatch and dirt tunnel entry, completely shutting down whoever so came their way, and just having all the answers to the situation. And like you said, they are indeed starting to dominate, as it were, and that is not a good sign for the side of the attack. Kamikaze, sure, you might be able to walk away with wins later on, but you will need the early bit of momentum here. And Morph, thanks to that triple kill, already up 8-2 going into the 5th round, of the match. Nix's following very close behind with a 6-1. All things considered, those two players alone have done a lot more than a majority of that Kamikaze team. But kills, of course, do not define everything, folks. There are a lot of things to be considered, especially your supports and how they go about, supporting the they're supporting the fraggers, the entry killers. And so far, it's been pretty good support coming up from the side of the KNF defense. Now, the side has changed. It is now on top floor CCTV and cache. The side that we were talking about, that seems like KNF might be the weakest on. And with the Thatcher in play, Kamikaze might finally be able to squeeze in a second round, but they will have to play better, give away fewer 1v1s. They're rushing into situations where they need more intel. Without that intel, and because of that overall playstyle, they're losing out on a lot of room that they could otherwise gain. These drones, they have to be preserved. They have to make sure that they're giving each other the calls that they need. And sure, it could just be a case of maybe Kamikaze just hasn't awoken yet. Compared to what we saw versus anti-ranked the last time we saw this team, for sure, they might take a second to get started. But they will need to get started sooner rather than later. Being in a 0-1 deficit in a best of 3 is immense pressure. And the more rounds you lose, the less chance you have of bringing things back. And Kamikaze will be no stranger to that. KNF as well. So they know what they're fighting for. They know what they're fighting against. The question is, who will be the one to come up with that first answer?
That's the question. Who comes up on top? Because eventually, if Team KNF secures the first map, we might definitely... That's a big chance that we go to the third map of Chalet. But still, now taking on to this round. Only 95 seconds remaining. Sazai going on towards the start of exit canals, trying to make sure that he gets some initial pre-frag. Just 90 seconds down the clock. Bomb has been founded, which is going to be the diffuser, which you need to make sure. Sajdai at a great eastern subroof, trying to make sure that he gets these intel morph. Making sure that these LMGs are wreaking some intel, but the C4, okay, he needs a timing right. This timing goes right, and he gets, that's a damage, but not being capitalized on. A little bit of a distance, but the crossfire looks kind of promising. Morph, meanwhile, tries to get those opening, but on the other hand, you have Skiller against you. These 1v1 need to be capitalized, as Blackjack mentioned. Once you have these 1v1 to your favor, then those numbers advantage might really bring up those initial opening, but the grenade comes in, 100 x on Morph. That's a big gun, that's a big fragger being taken down. Team KNF are down to just 3 players, but well, those are going to be quite enough. Nade comes in yet again. Skiller takes down, back and forth trade coming in from both sides. 30 seconds remaining. Team Kamikaze seconds are really being counted. Each and every second you waste is going to be somewhere where Team KNF could expect. But Team KNF, now they all fall down to one single player. A great off angle. 1v2 situation. Both of the players might want to play together. The diffuser is going to be taken down for now. Just 10 seconds remaining. It's a 1v2 and the diffuser is being planted. Well, it all falls down to Shag's X-ray. Coming down all the way from the start of CCTV room. Cash will be noted off from the start of Sunday. Now he gets his intel. Now he gets the spot. This is the best case situation. And well,
there we go.
It's going to be such guy who will evenize things off. And finally, a great prediction right from your side as well, Blackjack, that after a 3-1, potentially this is the time Team Kamikaze want to step up, because just one single round remaining, and they win or they lose, they have that equal upper hand to make sure that the setback could be a possibility within this first map, so that they do not have to take us to map 3 and also, might not even lose up this first map.
Yeah, no, it becomes, a sort of thing that you pick up on as you continue casting matches like these, right? Overall, at least, just speaking from experience, when a team does not want to go onto the side that is usually considered one of the best of the map, in this case, second for CCTV for Clubhouse, that team does not quite have all of their ideas set about Clubhouse. Now, spin it whichever way you will, right? Kamikaze looked very, very comfortable. Sure, time was a bit of an issue, but they got the breach done at a minute 30, right? And with the breach done at about minute 30 and enough time to emphasize on and open off the single reinforcement towards construction, they had all the cross angles they needed, and the denial that came in from KNF was simply not enough. They tried to trade with explosives, didn't work. They tried to play aggressive forward positions. They were getting kills only to be instantly traded back, giving Kamikaze more room to work with and more room to overall take control of. And the more you do that, the more Kamikaze will snowball into momentum. And once they do, it's very hard to stop them. KNF will have fully learned that lesson by now. At least I hope they did. And given the way they played, yes, I think we can all agree that CCTV is simply not their best side. Gym Bedroom, on the other hand, that they've gone to once again here on round 6, the last round of the first half, meaning that this is the only round that KNF have to make it a 4-2 on the defense. If they lose this round, it will be a 3-3. Kamikaze will go into defense with a 2-round momentum. Not only that, but quite a bit of legroom to work with. C4 goes out, no damage on this time. Smart play right there from the attackers, holding back, knowing that a C4 might come out from the mute, and Morph, I believe who's playing the mute, getting read into just a little bit. Maverick being brought in this time, mute jammer will be taken care of, and that will allow the ace to get started on the CCTV breach at the minute 54 mark. Pretty quick. And if they get the Jacuzzi breach done within the next 20 seconds, which it seems like they are on track to, then this time Kamikaze might be able to squeeze out another round win. Again, it all depends on whether or not they're able to take logistics and cash.
Both of the team knows either which this round goes, it could turn around. It could give a big turnaround. Team KNF, if they win this round, that's a big advantage. They might have a upper hand, and that's what happens. Team Kamikaze, they lose their first player. Not just they lose a player, they lose Skillar. But R2 evenizes things off, takes the instant trade, back and forth trade coming in. Yet again, a 4v4 situation, but still not much space to work with. Team Kamikaze, they really are actually struggling their way to go inside. Early bait out of those utilities, these early bait out of each and every utility was being some brilliant move out there coming out from the side of Kamikaze, making it look that their presence is being towards the side, but that eventually resulted in a DK. 50 seconds down the clock, still there is a lot of room to work with for the side of Morph's holding on the central stairs, and he gets shot down from multiple angles. Sajda comes in, he wants an aggressive peek, but Hatu gets taken out. The aggression is going to be punished. There goes the diffuser, which is going to be planted, and only 40 seconds are remaining currently.
Oh dear. Oh, this could be huge. This is huge indeed. The line comes in with 2, but the instant trade back. Shax has gotten that kill. It's all now down to Shax and Goku-san. Goku-san, oh, the pre-fire giving away their position. Do they know where the Malusi is? They don't. You cannot busy yourself with that piece of utility right now. Shax, they don't know where the ace went. They heard the shots from logistics, so they might come to check, but they don't have time. 15 seconds remain. That's about half the time that remains on the diffuser timer, and they will go for it. The counter defuse, but no, that might have been bait. No, they're sticking it. They're sticking it, and the drop shot. Oh my goodness, they needed it. They needed that drop shot right then and there, because otherwise, if they took the time to crouch and aim, they might have actually lost out that round. Kamikaze, big trade, and my goodness, that plant from the Maverick, oh boy, nerves of steel. I would not be able to plant in that situation. Let me tell you, not a lot of players would, because they simply don't have enough intel on whether or not there's cover or not. But the Maverick took a chance, and getting that plant off put KNF in a scramble, completely shutting down any possible communication they could have had, because all of their comms would have been like, plant? Now we have to go get that done. We have to go for the counter defuse. And Kamikaze played that not to perfection. They lost bodies very quickly, and if the Lion hadn't gotten that double kill in the site, then they might have actually still lost the round. But they got the round, they got the win. That's what matters. Now here we are, 3-3 going into round number 7.
Man, that was too close. That was really some round to watch out for. Entirely witnessing back-to-back 6 round, and eventually all falls down to that last single round, which it all mattered the most. If that could have been the clutch, if that could have been some ninja diffuse coming out of that diffuser, this could have been something great, a great start but Team KNF now would be starting to worry, as you mentioned, that not only that's an equalizer, but the 2-round momentum is favoring the side of Team Kamikaze. Now Team KNF at the attacking side, starting things off, says, oh my god, just look at the aggression. The aggression is phenomenal. Down the hallway, you can get to see none other than the side of Goku. Legend being all the way towards the side of Church, trying to make sure that these intels are being gathered so that team eventually gets a good position. Spy cams on place. Tracks X-Ray meanwhile holding things off, trying to get the entrance, but the entrance is gonna be very untold. This is gonna be uncalled for the side of Team KNF. Meanwhile, Legend still anticipating some presence to come up towards the side of Garage, but Skiller, the timing is gonna play some key role right there. And you know, siege timings are something which has really been some history right there.
Oh, sneaky way down the main hallway. The Maverick right about now. Not the Maverick, excuse me, the Ace. Shax. They got the drop on Goku-san, but of course the heal will happen. They pick back up and the heal right there because of the Thunderbird that is in place. So Jade bringing in that defensive healer, and there we go. Look at that. Nearly back up to full HP. That is the amount of good utility that the Thunderbird possesses. If you, as a team, are looking to play aggressively, but to also have stim beacons to come back to borrow a term from, you know, another FPS shooter, then you want that Thunderbird, because those are 3 healing stations that you can just go back to. And there will be no repercussions for doing that if you're alive and in a good position. That's all that matters. And even after getting that first drop, it's only now at the minute 20 mark that we have the hatches actually being open. Now, big drop comes in, and Morph will go in towards the hallway, but Legend's going to find the first one. Skiller goes down the meanwhile. As we have the hatch being watched right now, you got to be so careful. Goku-san still getting healed. Just playing around in this church area. This Warden has been a pain, and they will get that kill nonetheless, stopping the heart breach in its tracks. But Shax comes in with another, and Nixus gets one more. Suddenly it's a 1v3, all down to Hato. Last one standing inside of Armory by the boxes. They see one, they get that kill, but they're far away from the stim beacons as well. The diffuser is inside the site, and Nixus will use the defensive stim beacon for themselves for a heal, and the plant now going off 3v3. Massive body trade did not go the way that they wanted it to. The plant will still happen, and shots are fired. Which way is the mute going? Shotgun in hand. They get the down on one. And the kill as well. SMG out in hand. But look at that. That angle's being watched. Shax knows that there's only 2 ways that Hato can come from. And Hato, all is in their court. C4, no. A smoke grenade goes out. What is that to mask their entry? It might just have been. Wait a minute. They're right there. They're on the diffuser, but no. They're going to hold it. And look at this, Shax holding as well, just as required. One shotgun pellet comes in. It connects. Can the second one come in? No, not quite. Time is running out, and they had to make the jump. There was no time. 8 seconds. 1 more second, and the diffuser would have been past the point of no return. Beautifully played by Shax right there. The ace playing a game of cat and mouse right there. A game of hide and seek. Making sure that there was no way that Hato would be able to get the defuse off comfortably because of that one ace. You have no intel, right? Neither side had any intel, but Shax played around what they had and the advantage of the fact that time was on their side. Hato, the clock was ticking against them, and there was no way they were going to make it out of that without the ace on the floor. They couldn't. What would have been a fantastic 1v3 comeback has been denied, and we are now once again with a lead for KNF 4-3 on round 8.
Why do I have a feeling as if, you know, already we are calling in for an overtime or something? Because Team Kamikaze, it's been some, you know, I'll say pattern out there. Winning the initial rounds, losing off the first 4, the 2 or 3-1, and then equalizing. That's what it's been the case. Team KNF, but this time they are at the attacking side. Anytime we go towards a post-diffusing situation, the post-plant of a diffuser, this is something which we really happen to, you know, have some excitement right there. But looking after the numbers, Legends Killer, the players whom we watch out for, kind of, you know, just struggling a bit down there in the bottom 2. But still, the team is taking a great initiative. And such that who can even not talk about this guy? He is being that one difference maker. But anytime soon, Morph and Sajda along with Goku are those concerning assaulters whom you would really take care in case you are in a 1v1 situation with them at any given position.
That is
Central Hall.
absolutely true. Excuse me right there. I forgot my mic was muted. Took a second for me to get to unmute it. It happens every now and again. Yeah. But I do have to agree with you right there. Sajade and Goku-san have been doing a lot of work for the team. I feel like, excuse me right there. The rest of Kamikaze definitely has to pick themselves up. Skiller, I feel like, has been rather quiet in this match so far, in this map number 1. Maybe Clubhouse might not be their map. Maybe this for, oh wait, is that a down on a Frostbite? Yes, it is. Or as we call it in the colloquial terms, a Pogmat has been achieved. As we have a big push out. Here we go. Skiller, I was just talking about this player. A little quiet. They get one, get traded back instantly. But that is still a big drop. That is the Sophia. And one of those big LMGs that can do so much covering fire. Gone. Hato finds Morph in the meanwhile and drops right back down the main stairs. Sajade goes down on the other side. That is the Valkyrie taken care of. Big drops for the defense for sure. But you have the Iana gone as well. That is now an extra grenade, a Gone 6, and the Iana Gemini replicators, which can be used for so much intel, basically infinite drones in a given match. And that has been denied. 3 versus 3. But you look at the loss that both sides have had, the Valkyrie cameras can be used passively by all defenders, even dead ones. And the Jaeger ADSs will still be in their positions. They'll still be ticking away at taking away utility. But on the other side, the attackers whose active utility works so good for side pushes have been taken care of. The Finka is still there. The Ace is still there. And this looks like a big push right by the bombs. No, wait a minute, completely shut down. Goku-san sees Shax taking the turnaround and decides, no, not today. You got that last round, but we're not letting you get this one. Now, both attackers are caught inside of construction. Goku-san has got a good angle right here. Ooh, beautiful headshot right there. Nyx is down. And there's Hato with their own second, and it's a Frostmat to boot. Pogmat to end the round, as we have an equalizer. Round number 8 goes to Kamikaze.
Man, this is not getting over anywhere soon. And that was that one feeling which I really had about in overtime. But well, finally Valkyrie coming in. Finally, that Finka is eventually taken down at a very, I'll say, a flanked situation, which came in from the side of Team Kamikaze. But Team Kamikaze, this is where they start to build more problem. Team KNF already concerned with the timer, already concerned to put the diffuser down. But out of all of those, how are you planning to stop these aggression? Team Kamikaze, not a big fan of those early util bait out, but definitely, making sure that they are repositioning their movement is something which Team KNF is kind of concerned about. Well, the pattern does states that after losing a round, they do manage to, take back instantly, but Team KNF, this is the only time they have. Both the team are 2 points far away from getting inside the map point. Map point is just gonna give them the first potential advantage to be the first team to win and secure the map number 1 for themselves. And this is eventually a BO3 series. Team KNF versus the side of Team Kamikaze, and this is the semi-finale one at the Ramadan Gaming Championship, which is presented by Playtonia, co-powered by none other than SteelSeries and Tech Hub. Round number 9 has just begun. Team Kamikaze, once again, just look after their passive approach, and soon they are now going to start to reposition. But look after the way down the line. Team KNF, okay, that is some movement going up right there, and Goku might really get a surprise on the back. Oh.
All right, a little bit of a cluster happening in Cash right there, but no harm, no foul from either side as we move to CCTV for round number 9. Interesting placement of the shield right here, but of course, we've seen this time and time again. You approach CCTV, you will see this shield that the Malusi is playing around. But all right, looks like there might be some incoming aggression towards Garage. Nixus trying to bait out a few shots while they rotate past the garage door. As we have the Iana just droning away, trying to see where that Thunderbird is. And I do like the use of the Thunderbird from Kamikaze. I feel like, Thunderbird doesn't get played enough on occasion even though they have such great utility. The problem being that, do you really want to trade out any other utility that you could possibly get for those stem beacons? Not a lot of teams will say yes. Oh, that could have been a big shot right there. The thermite takes a lot of damage. Shots fired back, but no. Position given away. Finger boost in, and the Iana will trade back. Not just trade back, take that kill immediately. Sajade down. That is the first blood for the side of KNF. They've taken 1, but they need to take 4 more, or they need to get the plant down and wait out the timer. Are they able to do so? As the smokes come in, we have Nixus taking the second. That's a big one. Goku-san down. Malusia off the board. Red stairs will be seen. No, wait. Shax. Okay, never mind. On the peek back, they get another. It's a 5v2, and things are looking just so dire. C4 comes in. That's a diffuser drop, though. And one spotted, but no, so many misses. Diana will not miss. That's a kill, and that's Shax with the final one. Oh, dear me. Just domination in that round from the side of the attack. KNF not slowing down in the slightest. They are not showing signs of being fatigued here. Not even a little bit, folks. Kamikaze, they need to step up their game. It is very clear that while they love aggression, the lack of momentum that could swing their side right now is what is stopping them from bringing everything around in their favor. And if they are unable to bring this back for themselves, if they are unable to find any momentum whatsoever in 1 round at the very least, and then 2, and then 3, then they will just be completely shut down and eliminated here and now, and they want to avoid that. But are they able to? Nixus, interestingly enough, the only player in double digits so far for the side of KNF. They did get, I believe, 2 or 3 kills. I can't exactly remember in the last round. Regardless, they are doing a good job right there. Same with Morph and Shax. They have picked themselves up, as we have the Iana and the Finka just supporting on the buy. They aren't, ones for taking kills, but they are ones for supporting the teammates so that Nix's Morph and Shax can go get those kills. Similar sort of situation with Goku-san, Sajade, and Hato getting kills left and right, but the problem is they aren't getting enough. And the support, while it's there, is not enough either, because they've still lost a round. They are still on a round deficit. They are still chasing KNF. They are still chasing that shadow of KNF. Now, mind you, this map is a KNF pick, so the fact that they're in the lead shouldn't be too surprising. But what does surprise me is the fact that Kamikaze have gotten so far and away with this matchup. Right. Not Kamikaze, excuse me. KNF have gotten so far and away with this matchup. Kamikaze almost don't have an answer. Map number 2, Bank, is their pick, and we saw what they do on Bank, what they can do on Bank. So I wouldn't be surprised if it is indeed a 1-1 and we go into map number 3, Chalet, where both teams will be pretty much playing on equal footing. But the question is, are KNF going to allow that? We don't know how they play on Bank, and I don't know if Kamikaze knows. They might. But still, given the way Clubhouse has been so far, KNF, it is a little easy to root for them, I will admit. Kamikaze, can they bring it back? 5-5. That'll make it so much closer to an OT. But will an OT actually be beneficial in the long run? So many questions to consider for Kamikaze.
And it all falls down to this one round. In case Team Kamikaze wins it, it's an overtime. But in case Team KNF wins it, we'll have to see how close it gets. Because if it's a flawless round, which it seems to be, that's going to be something where Team Kamikaze, there's no stopping them. Just 1 round to defend. Or else if Team KNF wins it, the max you're going to get is going to be nothing but a 6-4. KNF now making sure that they are using these ghosts. Trying to get some initial intel, but well, that did made some movement out there. Meanwhile, towards the side of none other than Lahis, let's see what's gonna happen. A low toss nade, and that's gonna deal some audio intel. Now Team Kamikaze, they know where it's all coming from. 2 players right there down the hall. Stock room towards the side of Team KNF. 1 minute down the clock. Team Kamikaze, they just have to defend it. Just 55 seconds remaining. But Loser Boy, on the other hand, he tries to peek. But well, that's a shot being missed off. Still trying to make sure that he peeks and fire. Down the line, you're going to be Morph. And Morph drops out towards the start of every room and he gets punished. He gets punished instantly. Sajai, on the other hand, he took down Move. That's a very big situation, but well, there's no stopping him. The double kill comes in. Loser gets taken down. Well, he goes for the 3 kills. Such guy gets the ban. He is the man currently who is done with the domination, but finally a 1v3. And Team Kamikaze finally. They stopped them from getting inside the map point. They somehow managed to even things up at 5-all, but what a play right there. And the game is not yet over. It's either an overtime from now or one of the two teams winning the map number 1 in case they secure back-to-back 2 rounds.
All right then. I got to say, Sajade right there, just absolutely shutting down the side of the attack. KNF, I don't think they were expecting that good of a play from the side of the Thunderbird. And we saw what that left them with, a 5v2 so quickly. I think it was a 4v2. And thanks to that, Sajade, will now equalize with Nix's for 11 kills. That is something to be proud of for sure. But they've still got a ways to go. It is 5-5. They're not done yet. Round number 11. 2 rounds for either team to win to finish it off on a 7-5. But can they do that? Because it's been a trade ever since about round number 6, I think. Yeah. Since round, not even 6, round 5, it's been a trade since, right? Because KNF were 3-1 up on the defense. Kamikaze started bringing it back. 3-3, KNF take a round to lead, then Kamikaze take a round to lead, then KNF take a round to lead, then Kamikaze take a round to lead, and suddenly you find yourself in a 5-5. Round 11. Now, whether or not KNF takes this, of course, it depends on how they go about this. They did take this side very aggressively, playing around the breach once they had it done. However, Kamikaze might expect that, so KNF will be changing things up here and now, most likely, as interestingly enough, no bandit from the side of the, of the defense. And correction, they are not actually playing CCTV, they're playing Gym Bedroom. I mistakenly said CCTV, as it were. Apologies for that, folks. There is a presence on CC, mind you, but not by much. They are going to settle things down now on that side, which will mean that KNF has to clear it out. But this construction breach is going to put a wrench in that plan. There we go. Goku-san sees it. And they and the Jaeger seem like they want to rotate back to site, leaving CC and Cash wide open. I'm not sure if that's the best idea right here.
Oh my god, just look how close this could get, really. Team KNF just a single pick and Scalar getting taken down. This could be a way big opening, not only for them to secure the 6th point, but also to take this map home. Overtime is something which you would really not want to fall into, but Legend meanwhile now totally anticipating, holding off the bathroom area. Needs to open his ADS, one quick scope needs to be done, but well, whoa, on his face goes the util. Meanwhile, just breaking down the breach right there, trying to make sure that hatch is gonna be somehow denied. Goku repositions himself, bathroom being up from the side of Goku as well. Meanwhile, nice getting taken down. Another drone coming right there. 60 seconds remaining, not even a single first blood coming from either side. This is really still a big pressure for the start of Team Kamikaze, because they believe as if this seems to be a DK while it's a full commitment. Team KNF, they gotta go all in. There's not much seconds remaining. He goes in aggressive and Valsartai gets taken down. Just 4 players left down the line. This is now turned down into a 4v3 situation, and 3v4 is where Team KNF, they lose 2-player. Legend goes in huge. There we go, Scalar taking down Chalet, and is this the map point now finally being taken away from the side of Team Kamikaze? There's still a room for improvement, but the seconds are being counted down. Just 20 seconds remaining. It all falls down to N1, and N1Z gets down Team KNF. They came so close. Still, they are this I'll say far from getting into an overtime, from getting that map to their name. This is a pick being taken from the side of Team KNF. But Team Kamikaze, you did mention that once they get started, there's no stopping them, and this is the start we were waiting for them.
I feel like, there was a big error made in that round, and that was the fact that the Thermite who walked in took the Valkyrie out on hallway, mind you, peeked the hallway. They didn't see the mute, right? Understandable. But Hato just walked up and took multiple kills in that situation. And no one watched that side of the hallway. No one was even bothered with watching from outside of the breach onto the main stair side of that 90 hallway, which was a bit of a shame because we saw what happened. Because of that early bit of panic, not only did Hato walk away with a kill, but the rest of Kamikaze managed to surprise KNF and bring it around. Not only did that mean that all of that breaching work that KNF did to get things set up, not only did it all fall by the wayside, but Kamikaze also managed to make sure that the round went their way regardless, just completely taking them off guard, shutting them down, and suddenly the map point goes to Kamikaze. Now here in round number 12, CCTV is the unfortunate site of choice for the side of the defense. Kamikaze, we saw what happened to them here in the last time they went CC, which was round number 9. And thanks to the aggressive breach play from the side of KNF, which completely caught Kamikaze off guard, they were just not ready for that sort of play to be made through the breach. Thanks to that, they were, taken out. The round went the way of KNF. That was when KNF went up to 5-4. Kamikaze has since won 2 rounds. But can they bring it back here? That is KNF, I mean. Kamikaze, of course, map point. But they will need another round. One more round to secure this. Goku-san with a very interesting setup right about now. Here in the first floor lounge, they will see one, deal damage, but there goes Shax instead. Sajade gets the first one, and that is huge. The castle is going to prove to be a big pain. Sajade finds one more. Diffuser drop. Grenade goes out. Will not find anyone. Goku-san in the meanwhile, beautifully peeked. Takes one. Can't take the second. The Finka is still there. Loser takes a trade back. However, it's a 2v4 now. And suddenly KNF are on the death's door for Clubhouse. They could just as easily lose this. As here we go, big peek out from Legend. Does not find the Finka just yet. Ooh, Diana finds one. Can they find 2? Yes, they do. You're giving away 1v1s, Kamikaze. You're giving away 1v1s. This is not good. As we have the push-up from Garage as well from the Finka. Suddenly, things are looking a little bit more dicey. Just that little bit more for Kamikaze. Hold. That's what you need to do. Hold against all odds. Big peek out towards red, and that will be the diffuser drop. Hato gets that. All you needed to do was hold back and play. But once again, C4 goes out. Will that find anyone? No, that's actually a bad place for the C4. There's 2 players on that red hallway. Both of them, all they need to do is stand back and hold. And they will need to do just that. But wait, Hato's pushed up with the shotgun. They want this kill. It is very clear. But the Finka is unwilling to move out of Garage. Never mind, they do take a hit and take another. That is the first map going the way of Kamikaze. In an unexpected turn of events, they were 1-3 down, but they are now, well, 7-5, as was predicted by Opcon, who did say that a 7-5 is the most likely for map number 1. It has come to pass, folks. Map number 1 did indeed go to a 7-5 in favor of Kamikaze. What a round, what a first map indeed.
All the odds were looking against them, Team Kamikaze, the moment they were down 5-4. But that's where Team Kamikaze started to build up. But that's a very rare situation. Throughout the map, where we got to see some 11 rounds, the 12th round was just about to be there. And that's where Team Kamikaze denied an overtime. We did not even saw for once either of both the teams winning 3 rounds in a row. Max was 2 rounds, and then there was a switch around, a turn where teams did capitalize on their mistake. They did understood the momentum and shifting each and every position, shifting their plays, being anticipated, expecting the unexpected. That's what Team Kamikaze did quite well and beat a team KNF at their very own map pick. This is where Team KNF had the best advantage. The start was amazing. Team Kamikaze weren't looking that promising, but slowly, steadily, as the rounds went through, Team Kamikaze started a great lead. There were good switch rounds around the start of Skillar. You did so the way, we were expecting Team Kamikaze at the same time using a different set of operators in those specific round where they had, the initial choke point from the start of the roof entrance. Once we even saw where they did lose the round at the escape tunnel, but that was a place where they really showcased their presence while some distribution was being there from the start of Team KNF. 3 all was not some first some which we did anticipate, but in the second half it all went to a 4-2 where only 2 rounds were being secured from the side of Team KNF in the attacking side, while Team Kamikaze they played quite well. And this is how Team KNF just lost by a single round, I believe. But well, there is still another map left. There is still a chance that not only that they can give their best and make sure that they are giving a comeback, but also might take us till the decider map.
That they could. I'm not saying that they won't, because this first map, the way it went, it's very much indicative of a close game. And a close game almost inherently always means map number 3. But mind you, Bank, map number 2, that's Kamikaze's pick. They just took the enemy's map pick and won. So they're now going home turf advantage on map number 2, folks. That means this game is going to be quite interesting indeed. Just from the perspective of the fact that, you've won the enemy's map. Now you're going on to your own. Can you stop the enemy from winning your map? That is going to be very, very important for the side of Kamikaze right about now. Excuse me, I had to take a breath there just to calm myself down from that last round. As all things considered, just beautifully done from Kamikaze. I have to say, KNF choking out a couple of very important rounds definitely helped, and that is very unfortunate for them. Just those 2 rounds in the middle, towards CCTV, not CC, Arsenal and Jim, when they were already 5-4 up, and they lost those 2 rounds purely down to some very good plays from the side of Kamikaze. That was, I think, where they lost the overall match. On CC, they were just losing bodies left and right. Sajade with 2, and then a sudden, clap back from the Iana and the Finca. But, like we said, all that the defending team, Kamikaze, had to do there was hold down the fort and not peek. Just hold down your crosses, really, because you've got diffuser drop as well. And once diffuser was dropped again with the kill on the Iana, well, we saw what happened. The Finca had nowhere to go, no intel on where the enemy positions were, and it was as easy as they say. 1 shotgun blast and a second one to finish it off. So, all things considered, I feel like KNF and Kamikaze now have a good read on each other. So, whether or not that plays into how they'll play on Bank, we'll have to see, folks. But I feel like a lot of it will factor into the operator picks, the bans, most importantly, and of course, the overall early rounds on Bank. And depending on that, we'll see whether Bank goes the way that Kamikaze wants it to, or if KNF have an answer. Here and now at the Playtonia Presents Ramadan Gaming Championship, powered by SteelSeries and Tech Hub. Let me tell you, folks, this first map, it has shown us quite a lot indeed. And it's shown us a side of Kamikaze that I don't think we were quite expecting either. More reserved Kamikaze, really only sending 1 player out to be aggressive, and everybody else kind of just hanging back and seeing whether or not the aggressive play works. I don't think that, we've seen that before. But regardless, folks, before map number 2 happens, we're going to be taking a short break, and we will be back on the other side with map 2 and a lot more. Until then, stay tuned. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Playtonia presents Ramadan Gaming Championship. Here, powered by SteelSeries and Tech. Excuse me, I even forgot to finish that. Here with your host Blackjack and Opcon, as we are here for map number 2 of this beautiful first semifinals. We just had map 1, and folks, let me tell you, the scoreboard, as you can see, has some pretty interesting information on it. Opcon, map 1 done. How you feeling about map 2 and this scoreboard right here?
Man, the scoreboard are really telling us something quite opposite because 5-7 could be the case. But from the side of Team KNF, man, they played it beautifully. Just look after those consistency, those contribution up there. From the side of Nice, from the side of Shax, if you look after the side of Morph, he was looking quite promising. The KD ratio is also something which you got to look out for. But that's where, if you look after Team Kamikaze, the overall point is where they all take the lead. 13 kill for the side of Sajade. Goku with 10, a great KDR of 1.67, but on to the side of Hatu, the guy who just saved an overtime, if I believe, Blackjack, because eventually, if you could have left down to the side of Lizande, he got almost those 2k, but that's where Hatu, being patient, being the man who had that Pika's advantage, took him down and saved an overtime. But what a game number 1 we had, and Skiller, he is still, waiting to see when is his time to shine.
That might yet be the case, but yes, very well set up, Con. Map number 1, 7-5 to Kamikaze, but oh boy, was it ever close between both teams. Only until the last 2 rounds did we see, it was only in the last 2 rounds, excuse me, that we saw, these teams really have a big difference in their overall play. And round number 7, well, that was not round number 7, round number 11 and 12. Kamikaze really taking things to the next level in that round. KNF unfortunately left in their wake, completely shattered. And now we have a little bit of a player v player, Ramatov and Amir from Kamikaze and KNF respectively in their performances in this tournament so far. 20 kills to Ramatov, 18 to Amir, and very few deaths overall. So overall, I'd say, what we're looking at here is a very, very much a fragger player versus one who could potentially be a fragger flex. Now, why I say that is because the player from Kamikaze is, 20 kills to 6 deaths and a 3.3 KDR. Yep. Definitely, absolutely there to, shut down anyone who would dare make moves on their team. And on the other side from KNF, of course, we had, why I said they were, sort of fragger flex is because they seemed a little bit more reserved, slightly less KD, slightly less number of kills overall, but it seemed like they needed those kills for their team. So a flex player, what is a flex player, right? Basically, a flex player is someone who can do both fragging and support and really only switches based on what the team needs in that moment. And a fragger flex can sometimes be one of your best players overall because they probably know the map the best, they definitely know the roles the best, and they definitely know what to do in what situation, in a situation where, say, a fragger is not not exactly having the best time. A flex can step up, or maybe a support isn't quite performing as well. A flex can bring things around as well. But that was, of course, the PvP that we just saw. And folks, now we're going to be moving to map number 2, Bank, picked by Kamikaze.
Man, that's going to be something interesting. Map is going to be the map of Bank, and I believe Bank is that one map where Team KNF, well, they have a starting attacking position. They have a starting for attacking first half. Mm-hmm. It's the pick of Team Kamikaze. They are the ones rather being there at the defensive position. What happened inside the last map was that at the defense, if you talk about Team Kamikaze, they did evenize to 3-all, but when it came down towards the side of KNF, it was a 4-2. This gives us a good position that what we could really expect. I did anticipated a 2-1 series and a BO3 series, but that was assuming that Team KNF, they win the first map itself as it's their pick. Map number 3 is going to be Chalet, and that's something which is a decider map. So you know, one of the best maps, one of the best initial places where both of the teams are going to be testified, and eventually may the best team go inside the grand finals. But for now, odds are favoring a lot towards the side of Team Kamikaze. Team Kamikaze, they have bank, they have been playing it, and they have been dominating it, rather I'd say. But yeah, the domination was quite there when they were at the attacking post. So now it's a defensive side. Earlier, when they had a match between the side of, if I'm not wrong, it was none other than Team OGK, where they did one from a 7-3 to 7-4 margin. So that was some margin out there. Let's see what's going to happen at the map of Bankers. Whatever happens, one thing is for sure, we either get a grand finalist tonight, or else we are going into the decider map.
Well, we'll have to see. Map number 2 deciding a lot of things, right? They're doing a lot of heavy lifting, as it were, in a place of the decider map, because this is, in its own way, a decider map, right? Just like Upcon said, a team, more specifically Kamikaze, could be going into the grand finals here and now tonight itself, or KNF could bring things around and we could go into map number 3, the true decider of this matchup. And folks, that is definitely, a lot to take in for KNF, a lot of pressure for them right about now. And this being Kamikaze's map puts even more pressure on them. They cannot afford to lose here. They cannot afford to let their mistakes take advantage of them, and be taken advantage of in this situation. For that to happen, well, that would be an unfortunate loss for the side of KNF, as they will have already worked so hard to get here to the semifinals, and yet to lose out here and now to Kamikaze, they would be feeling definitely a little bit bummed out, to say the least. But still, we've got some time to go before we get into the match itself, as it were, letting the players get ready and get back from their breaks. We hope you're refreshed as well, everyone at home. We know that, as it were, a BO3, it can get a little late given the time that we did start on. But all things considered, I feel like we've got a good amount of time to still enjoy this game before we finish up for the night. And who knows, again, if we go to Chalet, we're in for a long one, folks. So we hope, once again, that you are ready. I know that I am. So, with all that being said, Opcon, we did initially predict a 2-1, but that was before we saw KNF play. Now that we've got a first map in, and Kamikaze 1-0, what are we thinking? Do you still think we can go to Decider?
I believe these early rounds being for the start of Team KNF could be a great start. In each and every respective side. Last time itself, we had said that in case Team KNF, imagine that could have been a 4-2. First half was a 3-all. A 4-2 would have been the ideal situation, and both the half we saw, the way the starting the starting 3 rounds, it starts off with 1-0, then a 1-all, and then 2-1 to 3-1. So that's where these initial 3 rounds is almost, I'll say, 45% of your entire, finish line, I'd say, which you got to cover. The first team to cross the finish line is the team who wins 7 rounds back to back, or else we head over to an overtime. But Team KNF, one key strategy would only be to take away these initial starting round, because once Team Kamikaze starts to realize what are the choke points, what are the entry points, if they start to anticipate, they read Team KNF like a book. And once they start reading them like a book, there has been no stopping them. If you talk about each and every player right there, you saw how drastically the stats were showing with a 3.33 KD. That's somewhere where we did only witness only 11 round, and out of 11 round, we saw Romatov going on with 20 total kills. That's massive. Having such firepower on your side, along with some of those initial intel giving operators, this could be the key, and this was the key for Team Kamikaze's win. But Team KNF, the starting rounds should need to be capitalized. And if I were to be asked a prediction, we have seen the bank map for the start of Team Kamikaze. Do we still start a chance for the start of Team KNF, or else might be it would be a tough one, but in the end, maybe an overtime could save the day, or else it's going to be easy win for Kamikaze?
Honestly, I have to agree with you there. They have to push for a win here, KNF. And if not, then at the very least, an overtime. put Kamikaze on their toes, keep them on their toes, never let them relax. Because once they gather momentum, it is extremely hard to stop them. We saw what happened in that last round.
True.
That was just one round and a couple of good trades worth of momentum that Kamikaze used to win from a 4-5. That is how good they are when it comes to, the saying, right? What is it? Give them an inch and they'll take a mile. That is Kamikaze in this context.
Wow.
You give them an inch,
Was
they will take a country mile. And KNF, well, they learned that the hard way. So, well, we're gonna have to see whether or not they pull things around here and now. Bank is so important, but you know what else is important? The SteelSeries 4 Glory Series here for all of our players, i.e., the top four from the semifinalists to the runners up to the winners. They'll be winning all of these beautiful pieces of tech, ranging, of course, from the mouse pads to the mice themselves, headphones, and, of course, the keyboards. So many important things here. And, of course, given all of these keyboards is overall, not just keyboards, overall, every single piece of tech that you're seeing here is so highly rated for a reason. They are expensive as well. Some of them, all of them, if not. And there's a reason for that. It is because they are just that good. And they are made to be that good. Trust us, folks. Those who walk away with these prizes, oh boy, they are going to have a fantastic time when it comes to their overall gaming experience. And we've talked about this before, but yeah, OpCon, I still can't help but feel just a little bit jealous of the winning
true.
team. Uh, hmm.
Man, I believe you really, if you, in case you want to just upgrade those headphones to wireless or else get some big, massive keyboards right there, that's the encouragement. And obviously, if you want to get just those prize pool being double down, 2500 dirham is what we were looking for, the side of teams who end up as a semi-finalist. But if you go to grand finals, no matter you win, you lose, you win, you get 10,000 dirham. Nonetheless, 5,000 is not a bad, thing which you would really love to regret that. But all of those things said and done, it's a tournament. Players have been really grinding for us. They have been grinding for us those many, endless practice. And even if we talk about those in-game hours which they might have put in, it would have been something more than at least 4,000, which we are, averaging it out. But still, it's been a game where it never dies. The fan never dies. The craze for this game, Rainbow Six Siege, it is not ever over. Many meta changes. Currently, Finca totally been dominating towards an operator pick, but yep, those things are going to be something which really keeps the players attached, and updates are actually something which brings up some more challenges. But what's more challenging is going to be that what's going to be the second map results, what's going to be the eventual scoreline. I might still be favoring Team Kamikaze, but this
Hmm.
time not a 7-5, but something more than that because they have a defensive first half.
Yeah, and as we know, Bank on defense is actually a pretty formidable map, especially for Basement, of course, and for Top Floor CEO. Those two sites are very good for the side of the defense. Excuse me, their itchy nose for a second.
True.
And on the other side, KNF, on the attack, they will need to try and get those and get the round in between should Kamikaze walk away with the 2-0. I'm not expecting Kamikaze to get, 3, 4 rounds right off the bat. I'm expecting, 3-1, maybe even a 2-2, really, all things considered, by the time we hit round 5, excuse me. But whether or not that happens, we will, of course, have to see, folks. Once again, just getting things ready, getting all the players ready before we move right into the match itself. And again, this bank map, right, it is going to be so heavily important. We've emphasized it a lot, but this map on bank, this play right now, is probably one of the most important rounds in KNF's history, right? Because if they lose this, they lose out on a lot. On a lot, we saw, right? Sure, the semifinalists' prize pool might not be all that bad. 25,000, 2,500, excuse me, 2,500 AED, and of course the prizes that they get, not bad, honestly. But why settle for less when you can shoot for more? Take the chance and step further and into the beyond. I know that's a lot of philosophical mumbo jumbo that I'm saying right now, but it applies to the situation, right? As a team, you shouldn't really settle for losing out and getting the, less best gear on the market. As a pro player, you want the best, and the best of the best will help you win. and become the best of the best. That is something that needs to be carried through, and it has already shown itself in all of our players' playstyles here tonight at this match. It is looking like a good game. Now, how far this good game can stretch, that is the real question right about now.
True, man. The game is about to be ready, and we will start things off with the operator ban. We are talking about a map like Bank, and this is that one place where things are going to be kind of interesting. Finca, maybe Valkyrie. What else can we expect to be chosen from the side of team of Kamikaze to consider while banning up operator?
Well, they've taken their time with this decision, but eventually it will come out, and ooh, that is a fun one to talk about. Sam Fisher has been banned. Sam Fisher, i.e. Zero, and I can say his name because he's, legally part of the Rainbow Six in-game team as well. So anyhow, Zero is gone from the side of the attack. Hibana as well, Queen of the Hatches, will not be seen play here as well. The reasoning being similar to Clubhouse, right? Many hatches to be open, and with Hibana, you can just get them done, right? Even Kaid can't cover all of them. So Hibana will be banned instead. And the Zero ban, I didn't even get to talk about him. I was hyping him up so much. But the thing is, Zero can deploy cameras all over the place. 4 deployable cameras on his special gadget. It doesn't sound like much, but you also have to consider that you can see on the other side of soft and reinforced walls because of Zero's cams. And that is a lot of intel to be had. And since that intel will be denied from the side of the attack, KNF will have to simply play around that detriment. Zero is very important on Bank, and with him gone, KNF will be fighting just that little bit more blind. So drone play will become so much more important. Melusi is the last ban on the map. I didn't really cover that too much because we know exactly why Melusi gets banned. Those Banshees, they slow you down just a bit too much, man. That's a lot of intel given away. And Kamikaze taking them out, Melusi out, excuse me, will mean that KNF on the defense will have, once again, a little bit less to work with. They're playing the long game here. And they themselves probably don't particularly like Melusi, so a ban as it were. Regardless, round number 1 is set and a go, as Kamikaze on the defense will start things off with a pretty interesting lineup. They've got a Mozzie, but no Mute, and a Vigil on Skiller. Okay, Skiller, who played support in the last round, is playing a Frag Op in map number 2. I'm interested to see how they will go around playing the Vigil.
I believe Ace is still in the pick from the side of Morph, who is from the team KNF. Starting things off at the attacking side, Team KNF is 1 map down. We start off the BO3 series with a map number 1 being secured from Team Kamikaze. Map number 2 has just begun with Team Kamikaze there at the side of defense for the next 6 round. A good peek with the timing, and yes, he anticipates. Boss, oh my god, he just misses by an inch. Well, this could be a risky move. It's a high-risk, high-reward situation, and well, that's where he gets punished down. As I mentioned, it was a high-risk, high-reward situation, but the risk factor was being totally uncalculated, and Team KNF, they get their opening, and that's a big man being taken down. But instantly, Skillar taking down the side of none other than Zand. Well, Sazdai could have meant a great initial operator, but initially it's the first round, and we talk about this a lot, right? Blackjack, that is initial round. If Team KNF manages to secure, that's a big upper hand, which could result for them being into a good, maybe an equalizer in the scorecard.
Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to see that, but Skiller is right here to take their second. What could be another kill for the Roamer on Skylight any second now. They were peeking out towards the Skylight big door, but no, Hato has fallen back instead. They're willing to wait this out as they know that Jackal Shax can simply scan footprints and take a kill, but no, Roni will take care of the drone instead. They've been spotted. So Hato will simply fall back. No problems whatsoever. Let the Jackal pass just that little bit further, because you still have a lot more to worry about. The Ace already here trying to open the hatches will probably have gotten that done, as Shax in the meanwhile is getting some footprints scanned. Yes, that is a Roamer's position given away, and Goku-san will find that loser of the board. Actually, that is an attacker down. Unfortunate. Peak scene. Ooh, beautiful shot right there from Skills off the board, 3v2, but the advantage is still in the favor of Kamikaze, and time is what matters here. Morph still has another one of those hatch-breaking, Ace Selma breaches, but you need two, and Ace only gets three, so he had to use two on this hatch into sight. Unfortunately, the hallway hatch will remain closed for the time being. You have these Aruni gates to worry about, and utilities will wait. The Jackal's already in here. Shax is inside and waiting for a kill or two. A plant could go down, but Morph is the one that was defused, trying to find a kill because they know they're being pushed, and that's the diffuser drop, and that's Legend with the final kill as well. Kamikaze playing it smart, just holding back, really. Not really sure where the Jackal went. They were inside the site for so long, but they didn't really push or emphasize onto anything. And Kamikaze walk away with the first round.
First time in any start of any half, Team Kamikaze for the first time they have secured a round, and that too to their favor. Team KNF, they had the first blood. They had the initial advantage. They had the benefit of doubt. But man, that could have meant something where Team KNF, they did not really anticipate so drastical things which needs to be taken care of. 5 more rounds down the line, we head over to round number 2. Nothing much to be expecting from the side of any changes in terms of the operator pick. But well, this is where this thing starts to get quite more interesting. Already you have that confidence on yourself. Skiller being that one operator who has been kind of difference maker here. KNF has been in an entry point. Earlier this time, we saw Skiller try to make sure that he gets the opening, but that did not land in his favor. He got that initial trade. He did lose out his life, but this time is gonna get taken things care of. CEO off has been covered up from the side of none other than Sajjai. On the other hand, the lobby, the main hallway, let's see how are things going to be approached from the side of Team Kamikaze. KNF is going to start to begin their move to showcase their move, but this time, in case they use any of those initial grapples, might become a great advantage because you really need to be the unexpected. Team Kamikaze, they are not gonna leave any side. Looking after the second floor square, we see Skiller coming now towards the side of Geniator closest. Closet being greatly taken care of, uses these areas to dogs and, well, dodges things off as well. Hatu on the other hand, down the way hallway. Lobby being covered and, well, Nice is getting a great intel. That's a lot of info towards the side of lobby. But no entry towards here because you know how drastically these situations could go against you. Looking down at multiple angle, has an LMG in his hand. Meanwhile, the drones are being taken care of, but in case he has a teammate to work with, so those drones could be really exchanged as a bait as well. Shax up there towards the side of square. Look at this aggression. Look at this aggression. The timing is going to be a key role. Team Kamikaze might not really know, but well, he gets the opening and Hatu gets taken down.
Oh boy.
Well. That's a great aggression, but the instant read comes up, and this time it's going to be such that. But the trade comes in huge. The double kill coming in from the side of Shax X-Ray. Now it's down to a 3v4 situation. The hallway is completely under control. Team KNF, they have a lot of space to work with, but at the same time, there's a lot of angle to look after. And after using this much control, I don't believe Team Kamikaze might not really anticipate them to be towards the side of stairs.
That they might not on this entry, but Legend finds one more. In the meanwhile, Nyx is down. That's huge. Open area is the site of choice, of course, as we have Goku-san finding one more. What is this trade back all of a sudden? The 1v1s are being given away. That is a little unfortunate for the side of KNF. We don't really know where these kills went off, but we didn't cast them on cam. So many shots fired. Legend trying to find one more. Does do a lot of damage to Shax, which is important. They see the feet of one more operator going into the elevators. That means they know exactly where these two are. One drops down the lift. That was, I believe, Loser going through towards the stairs of office, as the Jackal Tracks will find one more. Loser wants to get rid of that Wamai, whose position will now be given away. Shax wants to enter. In the meanwhile, position's given away. Too much noise, and Legend takes advantage of that, leaving Shax now in a 1v3. The metal detectors will give away their position. Shots fired. So low on HP, so low on time. Left alone, high and dry, outside of open area and office hallway. That is going to be the second round going the way of Kamikaze on the defense. Once again, They know their angles. They know this map. This is home turf. KNF, in the meanwhile, Shax did get a very good early double kill. Very well done. Advantage taken. But I feel like those 2 kills in the middle that put KNF back on the advantage, that is where they probably lost the round. They didn't need those 2 kills to go off against them, but they did. And Kamikaze brought it back. 2-0 going into round 3.
Taking matters into their own hand, making sure that he could have made another kill. But we also, right, it all started off from those 2k. Team Kamikaze was eventually down to 3 players, but that's where those 3 players were also quite enough to turn down the entire round. Yes, in the end it was a 2v1, but potentially winning the second round. Team Kamikaze has almost done those 30% of the progress to cross the finish line. 2 out of 7 rounds is being won. In case they win 6 rounds, that's going to be something which we would have really not even anticipated, and I'm also quite not anticipating, because you can never underestimate Team KNF. They are now starting to realize. Just look after the progress right there from the very first map. First round, they had a great advantage to themselves where they did have the opening. Second round, they had a good double pick, but this time I believe that these angles are going to be totally taken care of, and Sajda making sure that he is going to be able to cover the stock trading and the hallway area.
Yeah, well, right now the prep phase, of course, having only just come to an end, means that there's plenty of time for KNF to see what Kamikaze is doing and read into it accordingly. That is exactly what they're going to do. They're going to wait and they're going to play to their strengths. They kind of need to, given that they are 2-0 down. We are on top floor CEO now, on round number 3 here. So this might be the site that maybe Kamikaze is at least a little bit shaky on, and maybe KNF can take advantage of this, but whether or not they're able to, we will see. The Echo is in play, interestingly enough, this round. And is there an OSA from the attacking team? No, there is not. I kind of thought, given that it's bank, right, so many windows and so many hallways, OSA would be great for locking down a couple of these. Ooh, shots fired, but Shax can't quite get the kill. Not even a shot. There's 3 repellers here, and 1 player on the main lobby coming out towards front door could easily spell the death of at least 2, but here we go. Candelas and grenades going in. We could be seeing a big push through right now. Shax will see through all of this, but wait, time is going off. There go 2 kills, and the diffuser has been dropped as well. Sajade's killer, Goku-san's killer. What? The advantage should have been KNF's, but the smoke going out on the Finka boost, not allowing anyone to see anything, and Goku-san will get the trade back on the Finka, on the oh boy, on the red stairs. I got very excited for that real quickly. But my goodness, Kamikaze, there is no way to phase them. Absolutely no way to phase them. They shut down that play so quickly. So quickly. Faster than the Flash can turn back time through the Speed Force. Anyone who saw, Justice League in 2021 will know what I'm talking about. But faster than that even. And I feel like the fact that there was a Finka boost running, right? So a couple of bad things about the Finka boost is that it makes your heartbeat detectable in farther ranges on Pulse's cardiac sensor, right? But what's important for that round is it makes you more susceptible to smoke, i.e., instead of taking 20 damage per tick, you take 33 damage per tick. So you're already scrambling and you're taking damage from smoke at a range that you normally wouldn't, but because you're Finka boosted, you are. And suddenly you have no way to hold on for long on those angles that otherwise would have proved so useful. And the defense can easily push up, get the kill, drop the diffuser, and put you in a 1v5. Kamikaze, well played right there. KNF, on the other hand, reeling as they are 0-3 down.
5 seconds to insertion.
Man, 3 rounds in a streak. This is what we saw at the very last map. They had closed down the entire map to a 7-5, but that was clearly with a massive hat-trick round being secured. Back-to-back 3 rounds, which none of the teams had either secured from the start of the map. But this time, look how aggressive Sajda is. Totally holding on these lobbies. CEO Office being there towards the start of Hartoon. Now goes on towards the start of Janiator Closet. Still trying to make sure that he gives a good audio clue, but still takes care of 3 different angles. Now, the Hartu, he is one of that player who has a lot of work to do. Meanwhile, now finally uses his initial chassis to make sure that he is able to block off these initial angle. Hatch has been used, and one down there towards the side of open area. Well, 2 minutes, 1 minute already been done. Exit Plaza. Snacks is rotating all the way towards the opposite angle. He might anticipate that he did not want to get off guard. Okay, or else he might go towards an under-passage area. Let's see what's going to be
Bomb
these
located by
eventual
attackers.
standings. KNF have to put the diffuser down. They don't have much time remaining. Kind of 1 minute 40 seconds, which is like 100 minutes, but Goku down the line still not getting ready to get spotted up. Oh, skills drop down towards the side of elevators.
Okay.
That's an aggressive move coming in. Team Kamikaze are now not really waiting to stay impatient, but that's where Team KNF is going to take those capitalization.
Oh, okay. We might have something here. One player from Garage and 2 kills. Sajade and Goku-san are down. And that's a Capitao. All by their lonesome. Holding down through Garage. And look at that. That is an entire cross angle suddenly shut down. It's hard to get a shot there, as Legend will take a ton of damage as well on the entry. They can't even throw the smoke. And the Capitao LMG will find one more. That is killer off the board. Grenade is in. Legend is down. It's a 1v5. All down to Hato, the last one standing. Roni in hand, now pistol. What can you really do here? Not much. As a flawless round will go off the way of the attack. And I feel like that was definitely Kamikaze getting a little ahead of themselves. I feel like they expected KNF to play the exact same way that they did back in round number 1. But KNF, they were smart. They changed things around. And all they did, one of their biggest changes, was having that player right there, the Capitao. And I know that, someone would have noticed that I've avoided saying that player's name for a while now, but I really can't. That's a lot of words, a lot of letters that I'm not familiar with in that particular arrangement. Nothing against anyone, right? Just that I don't know if I can pronounce that word, so I've just been avoiding it. Regardless, one Capitao in Garage with an LMG, and suddenly the entire side rotate is shut down because Kamikaze plays sort of a frenetic inside of the site. They move around a lot. So if you can shut down one of their main throwaways, which is exactly what that Capitao did, boom, suddenly KNF have the advantage, and that is exactly what we saw. Well done from KNF, and like we said before, Kamikaze, they are susceptible to sudden changes, or what they perceive to be sudden changes in playstyle from their opponents. They kind of bank on the fact that, well, bank on, pun not intended, but they kind of, rely on the fact that their opponents will play the same way. So if you're able to consistently mix things up, then you can mix up Kamikaze. And that is where KNF's strengths need to lie if they want this map to go their way.
3-1, and still we do stand a chance that Team KNF might have a best case situation to even things down to a 4-2 because only 2 rounds are remaining. Team Kamikaze, there's a very less chance that they lose out a single round in both of these. It well seems to be a bit of an error coming in. Loser Ray, on the other hand, giving the sound cues, making sure that he gives his entrance from the side of the exit plaza. Conference room down the line from the side of Hato. Skills holding towards a janitor closet. As you mentioned, that they taking care of multiple angles is that one choke point where the timing plays a key essential. But well, Loser seems to be left the game, and this leaves us with 3 players remaining. Team Kamikaze, let's see what's gonna happen next, because after a 3-1 scoreline, things are really looking quite promising, but that's where N1Z gets taken down. Only Morph being alive with the ace. Can he do the job? He has done some immense, I'll say, firepower before this map as well. But on the other hand, Team Kamikaze, not even a single operator has been taken down, and at the same time, only 105 seconds may be remaining on the clock.
Very unfortunate right there, those 2 disconnects, and Nyx is going down as you have Shax returning. They will not like the fact that the round went the way they did, but of course, as it is, standard for rules, rehosts can only be called, I think, about 10 seconds after the prep phase ends, and those disconnects happened a while ago. Goku-san will Yep, we'll get Morph in the meanwhile, and that is going to be one more kill taken care of. Of course, rounds can't even be paused per se. They can be paused after this one, which I feel like KNF will want. And while Legend gets the final kill, there we go. That is going to be another round in favor of Kamikaze. And I kind of feel bad for the side of KNF. They didn't deserve to get, they didn't deserve that one, I'll be real with you. But as it were, technical difficulties stopped them from being able to bring things around in their way. And yeah, as it were, looks like Loser has in fact rejoined just now, just as the pause was called. And as soon as they are confirmed to be set and ready to continue, we will continue with the round. And yeah, like we said, really unfortunate for them. Just a bad timing, as it were. Kamikaze 4-1 up. Of course, nothing to stop them for the time being. They've already made sure that they will be in the lead going into the second half, which is now one round away. So now can they make it a 5-1, or will it be a 2-4 with KNF trying to bring it back?
This is going to be something quite interesting to look out for, but I'm still waiting to see what's going to be the last result. What's going to be the result of this one last round before we head over to the second half? Well, currently some pause being very short, making sure that players are able to just be quite well off in terms of their connectivity. But on the other hand, if we talk about the start of Team Kamikaze, what a start, man. Bank, as you mentioned, their home turf, and they trying to make sure that they come out to be someone who is just dominating. And they have shown nothing but sheer domination. Just one chance if Team KNF wants to capitalize. They got to win this round, then they fall down towards a defensive second half. And if they have the defensive round, well, they really need to go big, or else initially losing any single round would mean that Team Kamikaze, you just have 2 initial rounds remaining. You win 1 round, that's I believe a point closer to a match. But let's see what's gonna happen, and I am just waiting to see that how far our players are gonna take us. Is it just gonna be till the map 2, or else are we going to a decider? Because decider map could be that one map where Chalet comes in. And I believe out of all this long nights which we have been witnessing, not only now but even in the round robin format, it's been something quite amazing and quite, we say, right, the worth the wait. It happens to be something quite worth the wait.
That absolutely it was, and this semifinal so far has overall been worth the wait. I will agree as well. Now, if you're wondering why we're back to us here, well, while the pause screen is running, we'll just, be entertaining all of our viewers with our banter, well, that we have, and our faces, as it were. But regardless, I do overall like how things have been for Kamikaze, not so much for the side of KNF. Excuse me, I accidentally slid a little bit too forward in my chair. But looks like we're ready to go back in, and we are going back in indeed. Round number 6 will be a go for both of these teams, as we are going to go to the side. Okay, interesting. Second floor CEO immediately from Kamikaze. They don't want to waste their time with basement lockers and CCTV, even though they, did pretty well there, I would say. Not the best, but losing that round, I think overall, they're probably like, we lost the round. Let's just, bring it around, go to our other sites, and win it comfortably. And they seem confident enough to do that, so I can't really blame them, 4-1, going into a 1-0 map situation already in a BO3, yeah, that confidence will be soaring high right now. But don't let it soar too high, because then things might not go the way you want them to. Kamikaze are no stranger to that. KNF, on the meanwhile, in a very bad position. They need to bring this around for themselves. Are they going to be able to? Finka enters open area nice and quickly on the first floor. Trying to get some, below stairs, first floor pressure going. Maybe a couple of grenades to the ceiling. That would be huge. But they're going to need a lot of drone work for that. At least a little bit of spotting, a little bit of additional intel work from the side of the rest of the team. And then maybe Nixus can go and get a grenade done. There is a player playing outside or inside of that stocks area who could be susceptible. Any second now, one kill could go off.
Activating surge!
Okay. A good toss might result in an eventual knock, and yes, he does! A good toss, and he takes down R2. That's a massive opening. This is the last round of the first half, and well, Sajidai gets a good opening, but Morph takes him down. The trades are now still craving towards the side of Team KNF. Team KNF, if they win this round, that's a great start for them to start their recovery. The ticket to come back, the ticket to grand finale all starts from here for the start of Kamikaze. But if they want to just come back, the Team KNF winning this round is as important as anything currently inside the game, or else they have lost by a margin. When we talk about the initial starting a 3-0 and then a 3-1 and then a 4-1. Last round of the first half, but there we go. Goku gets down. Just 2 players remaining. Legend does not have much HP to work with, so goes for the start of Snacks and loser Rex Ray. Skiller at this point of time. Legend, even if he gets 1 kill, things are going to be quite easy, but well, Legend eventually loses on to that 1v1. All falls down towards the start of Killer. He has the intel of 2 different players. Down the hallway, there's going to be Morph. The front desk is still being watching out for, but he gets spotted, and Morph gets the headshot. We are looking at a 4-2 scoreline. And well, what a brilliant first half it's been. A brilliant recovery, and 4-2 still quite promising rather than, having something better than nothing.
Yeah, no, I gotta agree with you on that. KNF going into the defense here will be happy that it's at the very least a 2-4 rather than a 1-5. They still have more room to work with than they would have on the other side of things, but there's still a long ways to go. 2 rounds to even equalize, and that's before they can even bother to think about the win. And let me tell you, thinking about the win is very important, absolutely, to be sure. But they need to equalize first. If they're not able to equalize, well then, folks, we will be seeing Kamikaze walk away with the round. Or at the very least, an overtime. Right. Equalizing there is as good a time as any, if you ask me. They have to get there first. They have to reduce this deficit that they're in. And KNF, the pressure is still on them. Massive amounts of pressure. We'll see whether or not they're able to bring it around. Right here. Right. Now, in looking, excuse me right there for the stumble. Looking at the operator picks, I'm interested in Shax bringing out the alibi. I don't think we saw much of alibi in the first half from Kamikaze, but alibi, I mean, I can understand why, The prismas that she brings out are very good for distracting, players and getting a lot of intel from distracted players. More so than just that, they can act as deterrents as well, because you never know when a defender is playing around an alibi prisma, especially ones that are closer to sight, because you have anchors and lurkers who can just play behind it, and you shoot the prisma by accident, or even, thinking it's a player, and then suddenly the player behind the prisma just pops up and kills you, right? While you're distracted, or you're otherwise thinking, wait, that's not a player. Well, the player is there, just not the one you're looking at. That's kind of one of the plays that you can make. The other one being, of course, intel. Tons of intel to be had. And the gun that Alibi brings, the MX4 Storm, also very powerful. Not very high on damage, but the fire rate, the accuracy, the low recoil more than makes up for it. As in the meanwhile, these long angles are going to be set up by the Mira Morph. Some pretty interesting strategies being laid out. No castle from the side of the defense. They have opted to bring an Echo in Nix's, as the drone will be denied. Sajade will get that call out. There is somebody towards the elevator, but do they know that Shax is down here on first floor? I don't think they do, but doesn't matter. Sajade is going to be more than enough to take down Morph. That's a big first kill. As in the meanwhile, entry towards Cubby? No, it will not be happening. Wait, those pings, they wouldn't possibly happen to be from the main camera of first floor, would it? Main hall camera? If it is, then that would be a big misstep from Kamikaze's attack right here. Skiller is very close to a fight, but you've got to be careful. That's a Jaeger right in front of your line of sight. Just fall back. Shots fired. Ooh, no connection. There's one though. Ooh.
Well, Shax taking down Skiller. That's a great beginning, but still down to a 3v4 situation. Somehow an equalizer was really important, but Goku, he is going to do the job. Getting the assist, Hadu getting the kill, down to a 3v3 situation. Look after the HP. Three players are not looking
Ooh,
quite promising,
okay.
but Legend gets another one down. Team KNF cannot afford to lose this, because if they lose it, it's going to be one round closer to the match point, to the series point, to get inside the grand finale. But what's going to happen? Team KNF just look after their patience. Trying to make sure that they are just getting at an off-angle position, but the double B comes in, loser X-ray. Oh my god, Goku takes down Mixel. That's loser left alone, but double B comes in. Goku Dempsey now with a pistol headshot. And man, what a play, what a game, Team Kamikaze. There was no ray of hope that they were winning this after those initial loss, after those things which we talked about, that KNF, how important it is out there to make sure that you are having 0% of mistakes to be done from your side. You cannot afford to do any mistake, and if you do, that's almost it. That is it. But N1Z going on with the Valkyrie. He knows for a fact that Team KNF is there towards a sort of a defensive position. Any intel given or an intel being baited towards a trade from your player, from your team play, those synergy plays could finally make some difference. But 5-2 scoreline. We were talking about this for a while, that how Bank could be really dominated from the side of Team Kamikaze. Maybe a 7-4, maybe a 7-3, but still, in case if we even talk about a 7-4, that's a long way to go, because Team Kamikaze needs to win back-to-back 2 rounds, and the same goes for the side of Team KNF.
I have to say, I am very impressed with Kamikaze in that last round. They lost so many bodies due to a lack of overall communication in the early round. It was, what, a 3v4, right? One kill was taken back, sure, but they were at a disadvantage and time was running away from them. But they still managed to win the round. They played a little bit more reserved. They didn't become as aggressive as we've seen them be. And they made KNF come to them. And look at where it got them, a round win exactly when they needed it. More so than any... Okay, Sajade, I'm pretty sure that's just to check that the mouse DPI is working properly. I don't know, you might have mouse acceleration on right there, buddy. You might want to check that. But I'm just joking, of course. But still, I have to say, in the way the last round was played, Kamikaze did very, very well. They held back as Goku-san gets that first kill onto loser. Big first drop. One thing I will point out, KNF gave away too many 1v1s in too many situations. They simply lost too many bodies to bad play and bad positioning, and they can't afford to keep doing this. Goku-san gets the second, and just an oppressively large number of drones firing off from the side of the attack right now as more fires one back. Sajade is off the board, but still, that is a little bit too much, I think. One Iana, and mind you, Iana is a big pick this early. But you have a Valkyrie and a Jaeger lost. And KNF are reeling from a loss in body. And look at the droning. Every single piece of where the defenders are is now known, or at least was known at a point for Kamikaze. Do they know that Shax is going to be coming down red stairs? I don't think they do. But as soon as they catch wind of that, Shax will be, emphasized on. And probably taken out. And then you move towards the site. That's how Kamikaze is trying to play. They're playing it reserved. They're playing it arguably more standard than you would see from what kind of team that Kamikaze is, which is a sort of very aggressive team. They love aggression. They love being the first ones to take kills, and oh dear me, shots were missed, but Goku-san will not miss theirs. Skiller gets down in the meanwhile, and the C4 will confirm. Morph takes a kill back. That's a big one. Do they know where the mute is? They do now. Shots are fired as Amir is speaking from the other side. Smokes going out. Those are big smokes, mind you. Legend is going HP. Goku-san is as well. They're just going to have to fall back for now. 40 seconds on the clock. Those smokes can only burn for so long. But the drop down can't really be done just yet. Ooh, the Mira sees the legs. Can't get them, though, as they rotate towards elevators, and main stairs seems to be happening here and now. 30 seconds, though. Kamikaze, they're stretching themselves thin. Goku-san has dropped into the vault. Oh, this could be huge. Coming up towards red, but the Mira isn't even here. Where is the Mira? They've fallen back. Morphs is on the other side of the hallway. And a shot needs to be fired. They didn't see them. The shots are fired now, but Goku-san can't get the kill. Legend is going in for the plant. Where is this plant happening? It might be in lockers. No, it's in CC. And it's been denied! just at the right second. Morphs gets one more. It's a triple kill. Hato gets one. It's a 1v1. Get the plant down right now. They are at the last few seconds, but they might just be denied. The peak is going to come in, and there we go. Morph will shut down Hato, and that is so unfortunate for Kamikaze. Like I feared, they stretched themselves too thin, and they took too long to get into the site. They couldn't get the smoke out of deep servers, and because they couldn't get the smoke out of deep servers, they couldn't push in. They didn't want to push into the smoke because the media was there as well, throwing everything at them, and they couldn't afford to get caught up all in blue, so they decided to go elsewhere. But the ace coming down from that hatch outside of vault was the only one doing so. There was no emphasis on main stairs, and the ace missing on the meter was unfortunately where things just completely went awry. Had the meter gone down, the legend could have gone for the plant with cover in tow, but unfortunately that was not to be. Kamikaze now 5-3. KNF, they've taken their third round here, but they need more rounds. They need 2 more to equalize. Once again, we're back in that sort of situation. 2 rounds to equalize for KNF. Are they going to be able to pull this off?
I believe it is something which is going to be, quite an interesting scenario. As you see, Team Kamikaze, they just missed by a very close call. It was all, it all fall down to those end seconds. In case the diffuser might have went down, so things would have really been quite more interesting. But somewhere down the line, the hope is still alive. And we move on to yet another play. We move on to yet another round. It's a 5-3 scoreline. Still the chances are on. Team Kamikaze has not yet got the series point, the match point for them. Gokushan, the last time he had a tremendous contribution when it comes to his initial fragging power, but those potential really need to be converted into the round wins. Morph, on the other hand, trying to make sure that he gets these long range visuals. C4 in the hands. Well. M1, he's not very good when it comes to these C4 explosives. Kamikaze is already the one with the numbers advantage, but okay, that could have been the case, but no, somehow misses. Man on one is really getting each and every audio clue, is really testing himself on his game sense. But Legend, meanwhile, he got the first opening already. Might want to look on for a second one. A good recovery on that recall right there, but on the other hand, it's still the time. Who is playing a key essence? 1 minute 50 seconds down the clock, down the stairways. Oh my god, Saxon takes down Sajai. Goku-san, on the other hand, towards the start of stair, Hall being controlled. Skrill R is at a great position. Legend going down a bit aggressive, and one taken down. Goku-san with the 2K. Goku-san is the man you need to stop. And in case you did not manage to stop him, he is unstoppable when it comes to this fragging potential. R2, someone who is kind of struggling when it comes to this initial, but did he spot on Loser R? Well, it seems as if he did not kind of spotted him. On the other hand, Loser Ray is still holding a key angle right there. A single wrong pick could be quite expensive right there, but still a 3v4 situation, and this is where they have to start moving.
It's a very similar situation to the last round. Given that it's a 3v4, KNF are once again scrambling to find positions that can benefit them. Shax temporarily thinking about what could have been a big play. They see the feed, but can't get the shot. They do get healed up for all the damage done to them in that moment, but still, that could have been a big kill right there. The Fink is still alive. Skiller could still provide some big support, but looks like the push down the side of Skylight is going to be in. Hato's already in towards the archives, as Kitchen will be emphasized on in the meanwhile. Hatch is being watched as well. Shax is there waiting for the drop down, and the meter will see one. That's big. Skiller down, and there's Loser onto Hato. What is going wrong suddenly for the side of the attack? They have no idea on how to counter this hold. They're just giving away these 1v1s. They're giving away these kill potentials left and right, and KNF positioning themselves so well, poised to take the kill, taking these rounds despite the early losses in bodies. Well done indeed from the side of KNF. I have to 100% say this. Kamikaze, unfortunately, something tells me that whilst trying to get all of the intel early, they're losing drones. And losing all of those drones means that intel towards the late round is something that they're not having. And if they don't have the late round intel, that's when you start making plays like this where you just don't know where they are. You don't know where who is. The Mira window is still there. Mira herself is still there. Somebody could have emphasized, push down from server stairs maybe and taken a kill or two, where the way Skiller was playing, trying to be aggressive towards the vertical angles, certainly could have been done, I feel like. But that wasn't the case. And because that wasn't the case, well, Kamikaze once again lose a round. KNF now 1 round away from equalizing. Kamikaze losing the plot ever so slightly, as we are going to be moving to second floor executive lounge and CEO office from the side of the defense.
Team KNF, what a brilliant setback they have been having since the very last round of the first half. They won the first round eventually, but when it comes towards the side of Kamikaze, after that 4-2 half, it was a 5-2. They almost had the 6th round with themselves, but that's where Team KNF stepped up. They came back, and the last round, unlikely wise, was something which was quite similar to the time before. Some timeout being there so that players get some good initial time to make sure that they are quite well prepared with their team comms. 3 rounds remaining. Now this is what could happen. In case all of these 3 rounds have been won from the side of Team KNF, they are going to give Team Kamikaze the taste of their own medicine. But out of the 3 rounds, even after any of those 2 rounds goes away for the side of Kamikaze, then it's a 7-4, potentially maybe a 7-5, they lose 1. But either which ways, in case Team KNF wins 2 and Kamikaze evenizes it to a 6-all, then that's the best offering which they could give us in terms of an entertainment, where we head over to an overtime.
Whether or not an overtime is in play, folks, we'll have to wait and see. But for now, KNF 1 round away from equalizing. They've gone back to that second floor site that they lost all. Well, not even all, just a little while ago, in fact. We're now in round 10. And the last time they came here was round 7. So it's been 3 rounds since. And they've got a couple of rounds under their belt now. Instead of it being a 4-2, it is now a 5-4. Kamikaze are still in the lead. And just like Upcon said, things can still go their way, But we said the same thing about KNF in the last map. And look at where that got them. Now, I'm not saying that we, putting the caster's curse on these players are directly responsible for any of this, but there is still a lot to be done here. That's a nice angle being held by Goku-san, but unfortunately, I don't think they're going to get any early peaks from here. Those railings will definitely be a bit of a pain to shoot through regardless, but these long angles are important. On bank, you get a lot of these, as a big garage grenade is being, preemptively at least halted temporarily by that Claymore. Nice placement. As Goku-san will go on to the rappel on to the top window area of the main lobby. Shax is here, mind you, on main lobby as well. Gone 6 out, and that is Sajade getting a bit of utility clearance. Ooh, good drone by Hato. That's going to be position given away. And the alibi, do they know? Big pre-fire, but no, Hato giving away the element of surprise. Will they still get this kill? No, they don't. Shax is better at the quick peeks, and Hato goes down. I disagree with that pre-fire heavily. Because, again, element of surprise, Hato had no idea that there would have been somebody pushing them. And that's going to be the early body going the way of KNF.
Oh my god, Team KNF, they are really starting to build that hope that they can give this comeback. We did have a prediction of 7-4, but does this mean that Team Kamikaze, even after being just 1 man down, they are gonna put on the recovery? The recovery is somewhat needed. They have that attacking side, but Knife, oh my god, he has spotted the side of Goku-san. Goku-san is totally being anticipated here. He's totally being expected here. The early use of drone. Sajda getting in. Sajda haven't got much room to work with in this entire game. Bang, that one map which could have been a big potential victory for them to get inside the grand finals is not yet over, but still a great Pika's advantage, and Sags take down Sajda. That's a 3v4 situation. But still, Team Kamikaze could work their magic off. Skiller down the line, but he takes a lot of time right there. The nade steps on towards their own self, and look after the way they are just being so much of an anticipated move because they have that CCTV towards their favor. Grill's been damaged off, but finally Goku-san doing some damage. There we go with some flashbang, but whoa, his anticipation is on point. Gets another one. Legend turtles down to a 2v3 situation, but that's where loser and Sarsai gets it done, and that's a round. That's an equalizer of 5-3, and now a 5-all. This is where it all starts to be worrying for the side of Team Kamikaze. What has been happening? Team Kamikaze has just won one single round in the entire second half. Meanwhile, if we talk about the side of Team KNF, so they have given an epic 3 consecutive round victory. A 1-3 scoreline is what we are heading to after the second half begin, and 2 more rounds remaining. This is something where Team Kamikaze, the hopes are not yet over, but the attacking stance is not being quite towards their momentum, I think.
Not just that, but it is very clear that the way Kamikaze is playing, they are simply not, I don't know, they're simply not gathering intel. The way that they've been playing it these last few rounds, they have just been going in blind almost and getting caught up. Take, for instance, the Lion going up the spiral stairs, the red stairs, right? They were trying to get an Echo, who just a second ago got a kill on the repelling Finka, who was trying to get a grenade toss. Now, for one, repelling that mid-skylight on the main lobby is... it's not the best idea to begin with. But it has worked before, so, you know, I'll give him that. But what I'm saying is, you know, you do that, but the problem is, you saw where the Echo Drone was placed, right? It was in main lobby the whole time, and nobody even knew it. Echo Drones, mind you, are not invisible anymore. You know, with a recent change to Echo, well, not really recent per se, but with a change to Echo not too long ago, his drones were no longer invisible. His drones are now able to be spotted. And you can see them, plain as day. But no one checked because the main camera, the main defender camera on that side, on main hall, was taken care of. So why would you check there again, right? Unfortunately for Kamikaze, that exact thought probably went through their heads and they got taken down as a result. Also, nice trigger discipline from the Echo, mind you. You know, making sure to not use the Sonic Blast on anyone to try and waste any time. No, they just let them come up, because why would you give away the element of surprise? Just like how, you know, the Zofia did in that same round. Hato trying to take out the alibi, just giving away the position that they were going to come in from because of that big pre-fire. They anticipated a peek out. I will give them that. But again, a little bit more patience and they would have probably walked away with the kill. But as we saw, KNF were the ones holding the trigger for longer and getting better rewards off it. Now, 5-5 scoreline, round 11 seems to be walking away from Kamikaze. Well, the match itself seems to be walking away from Kamikaze because of the fact that they let it go this far. KNF have played amazingly in these last 3 rounds. Do not get me wrong. In the second half, it has been KNF's second half so far. However, Kamikaze have made just too many mistakes to be allowed in this situation, and they need to clean up their play.
Legend, on the other hand, trying to make sure that he at least gets any entrance point. Team Kamikaze, they haven't yet got their first opening, but this is where the panic starts. 35 seconds remaining, a good use of util. And one Z being holding at a crucial angle. The diffuser has to go down in 30 seconds. But do they have enough time? Do they have enough time? Do they have enough coverage is a big question. All the players now know that Reddy's initial position are, but the skills really gets a great opening. But instantly, Sajda, he gets traded off. Only 18 seconds remaining, but still those areas are not being cleared off. Goku is now at a very disadvantaged position. But wow, a drop shot coming in, a 2v3 situation. 8 seconds remaining. The diffuser has to get taken down, but it's been dropped off, and Kamikaze lose another round. Team KNF, they have done it. They have went all the way towards the match point, and in case they win this map, well, it's gonna be Chalet which is calling us, and that's where both of our teams will be heading on to. Let's see what's gonna be the eventual scoreline. Once again, a 5-6, and this is where Team Kamikaze, they are gonna be fighting till the very end. The attacking momentum is just not favoring. But if you just replicate what's happening for the side of KNF, this is something similar which they were also quite facing. They had a clear disadvantage when we talk about 4-1. After 4-1, they did win the round. In the second half, 4 rounds has been won from the side of KNF, and only 1 round has been won from the side of Kamikaze. A 4-1 meaning that Kamikaze, they might get this round. They would want to get this round. And that is something which they might not really even want to be, asking it for. They would rather be demanding those situations on from their teammates. Look after the stats, man. Goku-san with 15 massive frags. Down the line, R2 is facing some struggle, but as a team, if he just does the job of an operator, that's all which his team could ask from him for.
5 seconds left.
I have to say, we've talked about very many things in these rounds, right? That Kamikaze did and KNF did, and how they've played and how they haven't played, and so on and so forth. But I will say one thing, that last round, round number 11 from Kamikaze, was simply not the Kamikaze that we are familiar with. Because for one, they had no early leads. They had no advantage. Sure, they had, the hatches opened up, but nobody pushed the smoke out of blue. Nobody got any of the mirror windows open. One was open, the one facing garage. And we saw what happened there. Sajade, the Iana, coming up to garage, decided to peek towards the stairs hallway instead of straight through towards red, thinking that no one will peek them towards red hallway. Why would that be the case? There is always a Mira on red if Mira is in play, and that is the situation that KNF have. They are playing Mira, and they are aggressively playing along with Mira. So why would you, in good conscience, not think to at least once cover yourself going in through to red hallway? Not even red, going up to garage, going up to the window. Just cover yourself in red hallway. That is it. That's all Sajade had to do, and they might have even walked away with the kill onto Morph. But instead, Sajade went down, and the rest of the team followed suit. Those minor errors in play, they all stack up and they become major errors, which is a problem for Kamikaze right now. KNF, all they're doing is just holding back and waiting for Kamikaze to mess up. And Kamikaze, for the last 4 rounds, has predictably messed up in very many situations. Sajade finds a big early kill this time. Loser off the board. That is important. The Aruni is down. But they've had body advantage before. They've had round advantage before. How far has that really gotten them? That's a nice black-eye camera, mind you. Hato is searching for them as we speak, and positions are being watched. Sajade is going to find Shax. That's a big one. That's the Mozzie of the board. 5v3. This could be the precursor to a big emphasis on the site, but we know that there's a Mira, and they know there's a Mira. Grenades out. No, it doesn't do much damage, if any at all. Morph is still alive. Shots are fired. And wait, they're going to go straight in towards the admin office. No, the plant is going in on the admin wall. Morph finds one. Nix finds another. And the diffuser has been dropped. Hato comes in, and there comes the drop in from Legend. The plant could still happen. The mirror window will be blinded, and now the plant is going off. The Thunderbird is above. And Hato, are they going for it? Yes, they still are. Is it going to be on the ground? Yes, it is. Claymore is going to go off. Now it's a 2v1 in the post plant. Very messy, and this could still go so badly. They are being pinged. Legend, you are being pinged. The calls need to go out. The Thunderbird is still in admin office. Positions are being given away. Legend will see the Valkyrie camera, will take it out. A little too late, maybe. No, it's not. It's just enough. Legend will still get the kill. Just barely by the skin of their teeth will Kamikaze hold on to the match. And maybe they were 4-2 earlier. But now, folks, it is 6-6. And you know exactly what it means. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play.
Yeah, man, that's what we could have expected for the least. If not the map number 3, then at least an overtime to end things off. But what a fight! The scoreline, each and every those series, a 4-1 situation, then being evenized to a 4-2. But such that one guy behind that, each and every move, that each and every, I'll say, a proportion, a good contribution to their victory, or else it was the win for the side of KNF. But Legend snatched it away in the very end, and that's what is gonna be the big reason Team Kamikaze get yet another chance. First at an attacking position, a big disadvantage. But at the second time, they will get the defense. Then again an attack, and then again a defense. The first team to win 2 rounds is going to be eventually taking the victory home. But on the other hand, if we talk about the side of Team KNF, they have that defensive posture. This is something that I believe it's going to go a long way from now.
Agreed on that one. So we have to take a second. It's been a while since I've done the overtime shout, folks. But regardless, the fact that KNF is starting off on defense, right? If we look at how the two halves were, KNF defense hand was a 4-2 in their favor. Kamikaze, they had a 4-2 in their defense half. So, what does that lead us to think? That today, Bank has been defender-sided. And KNF, starting defense on overtime. That means, folks, Kamikaze has a big ask on their hands right now. We know exactly how these rounds went before. We've seen what the scoreboard was for the play on basement lockers not too long ago. As 1 meter window will be taken care of nice and quickly. That's the Twitch. Sajada, there we go. The Twitch drone will sneak in this time. Will take care of a very important meter window. But the thing is, even if it's gone, that doesn't necessarily mean that Red Hallway has been compromised. Breach is being called for. Goku-san will get to that in just a quick second. Minute 45 on the clock. Valkyrie cameras are still in their positions. Nyx has some very good Valk cam positions in this map. Bank has always seen some really good positions of Valkyrie cameras, regardless of who you are and where you're playing. Jackal scans will go out. That's the player inside of Garage being pinged right now. And that is intel that Kamikaze has lacked so dearly, so sorely in this matchup so far. They've lacked intel. They have lacked that intel-based play. This time they're trying to get it, and the Twitch drone has done its work. 2 mirror windows are open, I believe. That is going to leave Garage quite exposed. Hato, watching blue. They know that there's got to be one in blue, right? There's obviously a smoke there. In the meanwhile, grenades are going out, but no, Nyx is going to get one. Grenades out. Will that find the trade? No, it won't. Beautiful peek by the Mira, just to make sure that nobody gets the drop down from the hatch. And now suddenly, it is a 3v5. Make that a 2v5. Loser finds one more. Goku-san down. Kamikaze again. These 1v1s and these positions that you're taking, not expecting KNF to be aggressive in return. And again, no one has been able to play around blue. Nobody even knew that there was somebody in a server, and there you go. The Jaeger just playing there, casually as he pleased. And the C4 from the Mira, well, it didn't catch anyone, but the bullets did. Unfortunate for the side of, Kamikaze, but again, I have to say, what happened? Where are your drones? Where are your intels? If you're struggling this much against a Valkyrie and a Mozzie, bring an IQ. That operator is right there, mind you. But I digress, minor changes that needed to be made. Maybe they'll be made for maximum overtime if we do even get there. KNF once again in the lead. Map point to them as they are 7-6. Once again, 1 round away from winning it out here.
Team Kamikaze, what have they done? A 5-2 advantage, all being taken down to a 7-6. All they have won is just a single round. Meanwhile, KNF has been at the highest. Finally, KNF been someone who is taking the lead, and just one more round to secure the map to take us to the map of number decider. The decider map is gonna be Chalet, and that's where it's gonna be the eventually last map for tonight, which we are gonna be witnessing if this map goes inside the favor of KNF. 8 seconds more to go. Team Kamikaze, they finally get that advantage of defending. A defending side is what they'll be having, and that's where Team KNF, they could really be having a very early push by their side. Still playing a bit passive, trying to make sure that they get those stroke points from 4 different angles. 5 players are still there, but Snacks and Loser Boy might not have much HP as much. We can see from the side of Morph and F1Z.
Honestly, I'll have to be real with you. I don't like Kamikaze's chances on CEO. Why I say that is because the last time they came to CEO was on round 6. And given what we saw back then, KNF took the early peak, the early trades, and Kamikaze were caught being too aggressive, playing too many far forward positions for their own good, which led to the lost round. Whether or not that means the same thing will happen here, well, okay, just prove my point, why don't you? Sajade getting too aggressive for their own good. Peeking out, Stock's window. Absolutely no need to do that. They'll get taken down. The first blood goes to Kamikaze, and with each passing second that goes on like this, I am getting more and more convinced that Kamikaze will eventually have to go to map number 3.
6-7 score, and this is a 4v5 situation. Team Kamikaze, the map is still not over, the game is still not over. Goku-san, he needs to step up hard, 2 steps up at the right time. Trade has not been found. Skiller trying to make sure that he gets his initial stairs control, but man, Snacks takes him down. Goku still there at a good position. Legend takes him down, but the trades are looking promising. Trades are looking massive. Goku is left alone, gets a single kill. It's down to a 1v1, and well, Team KNF, they win the map number 2. We go towards the map of Chalet, and what a brilliant piece, display of determination, of skill and enthusiasm teams had. Team KNF finally making sure that they are gonna come back, and not only by any which ways, they are coming back stronger, giving the taste of their own medicine to Kamikaze. Team Kamikaze have just lost on their own map with their own advantage, with each and every odds favoring them. But well, Team KNF, what a brilliant game, what a brilliant match was it. And I believe after this match, they do deserve another fighting chance. And what could be better than being at a decider map where Team Kamikaze would yet again get the chance to defend first.
I have to say, well played to KNF. They exploited every single weakness that Kamikaze had to perfection. And Kamikaze, well, credit where credit is due, they took a very good early lead, and that early lead being the 5-3, 5-2 even, that they had, right? But unfortunately for them, they got too predictable, and they stayed too predictable for the remainder of the match. And unfortunately for them, that spelled their doom. They were taken down, taken out, read into, and finished off by KNF. Literally just, roasted, toasted, and posted, to quote a Siege YouTuber from the UK. And overall, I have to say, while I was impressed early, I don't really know what happened to Kamikaze in the late map 2 there. They should have had it. I will be 100%. They should have had it. It was their map to lose, and they lost it. And full credit to KNF there. KNF completely shutting them down on all fronts, playing differently, holding back. See, as soon as they see that Kamikaze is being aggressive, they just hold back. They wait for them to come to them. And that's exactly what happened. Kamikaze kept pushing their luck. They kept pushing the situation where they shouldn't have. In that last round alone, Sajade, in stocks, had no reason to be that aggressive. Sure, momentum is heavily stacked against them right now. I get it. But you look at how a team like KNF played it. They still were passive in the early round and only taking kills when the kills came to them. because Kamikaze was just too busy being too aggressive. And as soon as Kamikaze played a forward position like that, they got caught out, they got called out, they lost a body, they lost advantage, they lost momentum, they lost the match eventually. The map, I should say, not the match itself. It's not over. Chalet, the decider map, is still in play, and it will be in play now that things have happened the way they have. But I have to say, fully agreed on this, that Kamikaze, you should have won map number one, and the fact map number two, and the fact that you didn't, despite a great performance on Clubhouse and a great early performance on Bank, the complete collapse post 5-2 was unexpected to say the least. Overtime was achieved, and that's one thing that they can be slightly happy about. But on Chalet, they will need to play a much better game than they showed us here on Bank if they want to win this match and go to the grand finals. Otherwise, KNF, they will take a very deserved position in the grand finals of all things. As we have a look at the scoreboard, this time before the break, as it were, folks. And look at that. The differences are clear as day. It's not just about more rounds. It's about the fact that everyone in KNF played an equal trade. Nyx and excuse me right there. You can see that Shax and one of their teammates, 11 each. Nyx 9. That's their fourth player. And Nyx is kind of like a flex player. They don't really play aggressively, but they were aggressive on the roam, and they are slightly that one attacker that kind of plays in that odd position, that one-off, And they've got 9 kills, a 0.9 KD. How is that? Because of the way that Kamikaze played. They were simply peeking those positions constantly. And Nyx could just sit back, take a kill, sit back, take a kill. Inside, they're lurking inside. They don't have to do anything. They're just lurking in a common spot inside that hasn't been droded by the attack. All they got to do, sit back, take a kill. And that is exactly what happened time and time again. Morph and Shax leading from the front, of course, 14 and 7. While on the other side, Goku-san with 16, Legend with 11, and then the drop-off from the rest of the team. That cannot be allowed to stand from Kamikaze. The rest of the team simply did not show up, even if Goku-san was. And like we said before, as we go into the PvP, I forgot to call it out. PvP here between Goku-san and Morph. And overall, Goku-san has 2 more kills than Morph, but Morph has less deaths and less overall presence denial against Kamikaze because they stayed alive longer. They stayed alive in better positions, and they took advantage of them. Kamikaze, on the other hand, not so much. And they were just shut down left, right, and center. Morph, on the other hand, and KNF, on the other hand, doing just really, really good work in general. And like I said, there was so much that could have been done by Kamikaze that they simply did not do because they refused to change up their playstyle. They tried it one round, but unfortunately they stretched themselves so thin, and that was the round 13, I believe. Was it round 13? No, not quite. It was round 11. They tried to make a last 20-second push, right? And they failed horribly because they were stretched far too thin. As we can see on your screens right now, Clubhouse 7-5 to Kamikaze. They went in on a 1-0 map advantage to Bank their map, home turf advantage, and they lost. 6-8 to KNF. Now we're going to Chalet 1-1. The scoreboards have been wiped clean because Chalet will act in and of itself like a best of 1 in this best of 3 matchup. Folks, we hope you're ready because this third map, Chalet, is going to be one barn burner of a game. And Kamikaze, we hope you still got some more bite left in that engine of yours because you will need it. KNF has warmed up fully and they are looking stronger than ever before. Kamikaze, on the other hand, are they going to be able to keep things up? We will see on the other side of this short break. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Playtonia presents the Ramadan Gaming Championship, powered by SteelSeries and Tech Up, here with the hosts Blackjack and Opcon, as we are here for map number 3 of this best of 3 semifinals between KNF and Kamikaze. We've had a couple of very interesting maps indeed. Map number 1, which was a 7-5 in favor of Kamikaze, picked that map was by KNF, interestingly enough. And on the other side, Kamikaze picked Bank, went defense first. They were 5-2 up, and KNF came back 8-6. That means it's a 1-1 on the map score, and that also means it is time for map number 3, the decider, Chalet. Here and now, tonight, we hope you're ready, folks, because this game is going to be a very interesting one indeed. Kamikaze looked like they were slowing down just a little bit in that last map. Is that an indication of how things might be on Chalet? Or did KNF manage to win out because Kamikaze wanted to come to Chalet? I'm not going to say that. There's obviously no throwing going around here. But KNF just played amazingly. That is very true. And as you can see on your screens, we are already going to be in with the bans on the map, folks. No time to waste. Not today. Not tonight. No more delay. Thatcher will be out of the board, banned by Kamikaze to start us off.
Well, it's a map of Chalet. Thatcher being, just being a ban, a potential pick which could be from the side of none other than KNF players. Often we used to see that they are kind of going for the same one, but what? Oh my god, Team KNF banning an ace? That is something which Morph would really want to pick on for.
I think more so than that, they are trying to probably limit the amount of hard breach that can be done on the attack. Chalet is a map with a lot of reinforced walls, right? And a lot of extended holes that used reinforced walls. So because of that, the ace ban might have probably come out. Thunderbird, on the other hand, that I absolutely agree with. We saw just how amazing Thunderbird can be between the first map and just a little bit on the second map as well. Not too much, but ooh, okay. Maestro from Kamikaze. They have chosen to hamper themselves with a Maestro ban here and hamper KNF as a result in the long run. Whether or not that's going to work, well, folks, that remains to be seen. But that is your 4 bans of the map, the last bans of the match. Thatcher Ace, Thunderbird, and Maestro. Round number 1 on Chalet. The decider map is here. Second floor master bedroom and office is the site of choice. And I see a Tachanka in a play from Goku-san. That's got me all kinds of excited.
Oh man, here we go again. Team Kamikaze will be the one who will be defending for the very first half. Initially, map number 1, Team KNF had that advantage at the map of Clubhouse. That's where they eventually did handle the D all first half. Team Kamikaze, on the other hand, had some similar advantage when it comes to Bank, but this time it's the decider map. Things are going to be quite interesting. Things are going to be quite intense. Down towards the piano room, Goku, the top fragger, the MVP from the previous map. And this was from the team of Kamikaze.
10 seconds remaining.
Can Goku be the one who was really stepping up? And it happens to be someone who is really, going on. As you mentioned, the reinforcement walls are something which really is going to be a big concern. And down at the defensive position, I do believe that Team KNF are going to have a good time, have a great time rather, I'd say, pinning down the players of Kamikaze, as they are just going to be clueless where to anticipate from the side of Team KNF. And see, Kazek's Ray has already taken down Goku. That's a big opening from the side of Team KNF.
That is huge indeed. And never mind the Tachanka hype that I was trying to bring to the party. Tachanka is down. Goku-san is off the board. That's a big drop for Kamikaze immediately, as we all know how dangerous Tachanka can be in this situation, folks. They, unfortunately, Goku-san, that is, off the board. A very good fragger as well for Kamikaze. So KNF will be very happy to have that as an early pick. But there's still more to be more to be taken, excuse me. Flashbangs coming out towards the balcony. They're trying to get Legend. Gone 6 has gone off in the meanwhile, and there we go. Nix is going to get one. That's a big one. But there goes the 0 in the meanwhile. One more off the board. So many shots fired, but Skiller will be the one to go down. All of that damage, and Kamikaze lose out on yet another player. KNF with a big early play today. Here and now in round 1. Shots fired back. It's a Kaid and a Mute, the last 2 standing. How far can they really go here? Rihanna's going to go out to try and get some intel on where these defenders are and ping out where the... Oh, this could be big. Grenade. Oh, the Jackal scan going out, though. The Mute walks away with their life just in time, but the breach will go off as a result. Minute 10 on the clock. And this 4v2 is looking mighty likely. C4 will be denied. Jump out from the Kaid. Okay, interesting place to jump out from. The bathroom on 2nd floor. Still, he's going to go out. That's one more, but oh, there we go. Hot off the board. Sajade is the last one standing, trying to get a kill towards the breach. Will not be able to. The walk-in happens towards Piano, and that is Shax taking that kill easy as you please. Round number 1 goes to KNF, and oh my goodness, was that a shake of the head as well for the end screen right there. Kamikaze's not going to like that, but KNF take round number 1.
Team Kamikaze, they have lost what they really were. Just look after their picks. We are just seeing how drastically things have been changing. Kind of trying to adapt, but Goku-san with a Valkyrie. Now this is where things are going to get quite interesting. First of all, they have the defensive position. Just 1 round is over. So we'd really like to, just speculate the side that what Team Kamikaze will be doing eventually. Just those starting 3 rounds, I am anticipating maybe a 2-1 and then actually a 2-all for the side of both Team KNF and the side of Team Kamikaze. But once you give Team Kamikaze their momentum, they have been someone who has been unstoppable. They were unstoppable at the map 1. They were unstoppable at the second map first half, but that's where the second half is the only half which they have not been, capitalized much on. But just one single half could not be, enough for the side of Team Kamikaze to lose their hopes and their potential. Still, the slot to grand finale. Each and every big motivator is now going to be there, which would, really, in case they even have any second thoughts, they would really get those massive double prize pool, some good peripherals right there when it comes to their system upgrades. But talking about the game at this point, it's a 5v4 situation, seems to be a 5v5 unless drones being early deployed. KNF still trying to make sure that they are able to pinpoint Team Kamikaze, looking after multiple angles. All they could need is a 4-2 scoreline, and one 4-2 scoreline could be enough, as at the second half when they get that attacking side, they would really be wanting to pinpoint with these given operator picks which they have. On the other hand, Morph once again does not has an ace. Early used to love playing on that ace at this point of time, but maybe when the map changes, you've got to keep those adaptability towards yourself. Morph still not entering, still holding on. Library balcony being holding off on the side of N1, but the opening comes in. Morph gets a kill, but Skiller takes him down. That's an instant trade, a 1-for-1 trade. Loser boy on the top of the roof. Library been holding off from the side of none other than N1, but Sex meanwhile down the dining hall. Well, R2 takes him down. Is this the 1-all? If it is the 1-all, then the game is going to be something which is going to be quite interesting, but a good explosion right there. Well, a kill coming on the side of Scalar, down to a 3v3 situation. Now Team KNF, they are really trying to pace up things when they are up against the side of Kamikaze and are waiting to see how they could just pinpoint each and every player right there.
I do like the trades from both sides in the early game right here, but they need to get in there and they need to emphasize it is now or never. One is literally stuck inside a mudroom. Hato has not moved from their position right about now. They're having a bit of difficulty picking up the smoke. But look at that. They can just stay there because the Finca hasn't pushed out onto them. They do finally. They take that kill, but they don't know where the Kaid is. And that's immediately back to a 2v2. No grenades remaining anyway as Loser has go in, but they're losing time and they've lost that Finca boost that they had just a second ago, which means that it is a now or never situation. 30 seconds on the clock, 35 that is, and oh, the Hibana is actually gonna get that. That's big. Legend of the board, and they are in here. The Hibana needs to watch the stairs, not those stairs, main stairs. Barbed wire will give away the position. The kite will be seen, and there we go. Loser comes in, takes the kill, and what was otherwise a dire situation for just a second there for the attack turns out to be their win. KNF just about winning out round number 2 on first floor games right there. Will make it 2-0, and Kamikaze early pressure is now against them.
A 2-0, but look after these operator picks. Hibana, Twitch, Ina, Finka, Jackal, that's massive. Team KNF are just gonna be a big deadly squad. Are they gonna turn them into a nightmare for the start of Team Kamikaze? Jagger, Sashanka, Wamai, Mute, Legion. Let's see how are these operator picks actually favoring them. Yup, the defense is kind of looking a bit weak, but that's what we mentioned about. The Team Kamikaze, Team KNF is gonna give them a very tough time giving and pinpointing them from different locations, from each and every corner, from each and every parts, which they will get accessibility to give those entries, and then be someone who will eventually result in a sneak little rat walking around the walls, walking around these homes, and making sure that they come up on top and actually pinpoint each and every player down.
5 seconds.
Just some of these prep rounds preparations being seen, but the players have been looking kind of in a low-key situation. When was the last time Team Kamikaze actually had any single player with some double kill, with some triple kill? They are just losing, and at this point, often you see that the teams are also, having some less communications. Those motivations are really being needed. That the big role which an in-game leader has to carry, not only to take the responsibility of his team to his shoulders, to give the call, to lead the team, but also to be that one motivator that no matter they're winning, they're losing, but they are still performing at the peak of their performance. Sajda, meanwhile, we are really anticipating, waiting to see him at that peak level of his performance which he had shown. Drone comes in, he gets spotted, but instantly, okay, he wants to just backfire from the side of that upper hand advantage which he's currently having at the second floor bedroom. A good nade coming in, backyard being holded off from the side of Moff, but DNF still haven't yet found their first blood.
Slowly but surely, they might just get that, but seems like Kamikaze has learned just a little bit. They're holding themselves back, and they're holding themselves back just enough. They need to not give away their positions this early. Flashbangs it out, so Chalet just about making it to the sunroom corner, but a little bit more to the left, and Morph might actually find the feet of the Legion right about now. Sees the mute, gets that kill anyway, doesn't matter. Hato getting just way too comfortable, peeking out like that for their own good. They're going to go down, and that's going to lead to a 4v5 once again with a minute 10 remaining. Oh, trade between Morph and Goku-san. Now they're waiting. They're going to find the Fink unawares. Nobody knew that rotate had happened, as it turns out. And Sajade's just taking a big trade back, and they find another loser down. And now it's a 2v3. Now, finally, we have Kamikaze playing like, at least Sajade playing like they were in early bank. It's still not over though. It is nowhere close to over. Reloading. These two remaining players, Shax and the Zero, can still bring it back. That's the first one. Skiller off the board, peeking a little bit too aggressively on the sunroom overhang. The Legion in the bathroom, just outside the bathroom, should be seen any second now. Shots fired. There we go. That is actually the Legion, but Sajade, how do you survive that? Wait a minute. On the breach, they somehow pull away and peek back in time to find the Sam Fisher. All right, beautifully done, I guess. Kamikaze will just about hold on thanks to Sajade, and Sajade alone in that round. I mean, there's no two ways about it. That 4K was crucial for them if they wanted the round to go their way, and it has. And that means Kamikaze will put themselves on the board 1-2.
Oh my god, this has been such an incredible match. So many turns of events. A frost pick from Legend. We had just one expectations, and that was all the way coming in from the side of Team Kamikaze, where we have players like Sajda, we have Hatu, Legend, Goku, Skiller. Well, it seems to be still Sajda is the one with 5 kills already. Kind of not even topping boards in his very own team, but in the whole lobby. But yeah, there is a great balance if you talk about the side of Team KNF. Their balance seems to be something which is quite promising. You do not want to take pressures on your own self, but as a leader, Team Kamikaze, they are really lacking back. They are lacking back with their confidence, with their pace, with their communications. Yup, the call-outs are coming in, but those ability which could be synchronized with each and every of your player, those ability where your ability could be benefited to your own team by another teammate taking down any, of the player as a bait, using the ability as a bait. Snacks meanwhile once again goes aggressive. Lakeside being holding off from the side of KFN. A good hold towards the side of Barstock. Goku here towards the side of mid zone. Man, Team KNF, they are all over the side of blue. They are all over the map. They know for a fact that it has just been 3 initial round. 3 more to go. They do want to deny a 4-2 scoreline, because that's been nothing but a curse for the side of Kamikaze that they eventually did had a comeback possible. Maybe a 5-1 is something quite worse, but yeah, but 3-all is something an ideal situation. Team Kamikaze, now they have been started to feel that fear. They have been started to give that respect to the opponent team, and they know that the grand finale slot is on the line. And you might not want to just underestimate your opponent, even after you have players like Sanjay, Hatu, who are just incredible when it comes to their patience and when it comes to their hold power. Their patience level have just been nothing but the best in the game. Sajda has taken some massive damage, and that is what could be a very bad scenario, as Team Kamikaze might potentially lose this round.
Oh boy, that's a big one. That's a big one from Nyx. They got Skiller and they got Sajade. Those are huge. They might even get a third. This is Shax in the meanwhile, excuse me. Trying to find one on the long angle, but no! Goku-san comes around, gets Nyx, and Morph finds Hatu in the meanwhile. 3v2 once again, make that a 3v1, as Loser will find Goku-san. The Frost alone inside the site. They were in pantry. They were in the site. They are no longer. Good peek out from Shax. Will get the final kill. And overall, a mess of trades between both sides that was won by KNF. They are just, if I were to pinpoint what's going on in the trades, KNF is simply better with their guns. And they're really good with their positions. Kamikaze are great with their guns, but their positions have been left lacking in many, many ways. They're going to have to try and fix that here and now if they want this round, this map to go their way. 3-1 to KNF. They are walking away with a big lead right now as we move into the 5th round. First floor kitchen is going to be the side of choice, changing up the sites. No basement just yet from the side of Kamikaze.
Team Kamikaze, they lose yet another round. It's a 1-3 scoreline. Just 2 more rounds remaining. Round number 5 it is, and just after 2 rounds, Team Kamikaze are gonna have their equal to have those domination, to have those pinpoint, to have that attacking side with them. And believe me, once they get that attacking side, they would potentially those initial comeback, and I would love to see where will that comeback take us to. Will it take us to all the way to maybe another overtime? Maybe something, if they manage to stop them at a 4-2, then it would be quite some struggle for the side of Team KNF as well. But it's not only about the attacking side, it's about the players who really need to step up. Before this round, the round was quite massive, but looking after the scorecard, things are really looking something difficult. Meanwhile, okay, Sajdai using the util, he's up with his revolver at this point. Piano room, 2nd floor, being holded off, but what? A team kill? Oh man.
That is unfortunate. I don't really know what happened there. Hot Tail's off the board, and in a way that I'm pretty sure not even Sajade would be too proud of. C4 is ready and waiting. But they're not going to throw it just yet. They're going to actually hold back, and oh, what a peek. C4 goes out, will not find the repelling player. Unfortunate for, of course, Sajade. That peek onto Shax is well done. Sangre is going out on the sunroom landing, but they will not find anyone as yet. Sajade is still here. Skiller finds one more loser off the board. In the meanwhile, damage done to Morph. They could have probably gotten the kill, but they didn't emphasize enough. They probably could have shot a little bit more, done things their way. As in the meanwhile, Goku-san will find one more. Nyx is off the board. Morph finds one, and that is Sajade down finally. But at a minute 30, and they still have another body on second floor, still playing around here, still giving them a ton of trouble. Where is the support onto this player? It probably did exist at some point, but it does not any longer because of course, the way the round has gone. KNF, they'll have to reposition, reconfigure, and try to think about why the round went the way it did. Try and bring it around for themselves. It's down to a well, okay, I was about to say it was down to a Zofia and a Hibana, but it's only down to the Hibana now. Frostmat will be shut down. That means it's a 1v3. Position is known, and there we go. Good double peek right there from Skiller and the castle. That's going to shut down the Hibana in her tracks. And that is going to give the defending team one more round. 3-2 is the scoreline, and I have to say I like that from Kamikaze. Again, holding back, waiting for KNF to come to them because KNF got antsy just a little bit too early. And as we saw, it led to their downfall. 3-2 is the scoreline. KNF still in the lead, but as we head to master bedroom and office on second floor, Kamikaze have a chance to equalize here and now.
Oh man, this is a brilliant. This is gonna be way more brilliant because the worst case situation here, Blackjack could possibly result in a 4-2. A last round, Team Kamikaze, even if they lose it, now I do believe that they got this at this point. Just look after those picks. No much drastic changes. One round down the line, and if we compare it with what it was from the very first game, from the very first map, this is where Team Kamikaze were just one round down, but they did manage to evenize at a 3-all. That did resulted in a 7-5, but potentially this is that one map where they will be having that attacking advantage. This is something which is going to be counted for. Sajda is making sure that he's even able to clear those back LA, those pool table rooms. 5 seconds down the line and the game will now begin. Fireplay is being taken care of from the side of Sajda at this point. Round has begun, the last round of the first half, the 6th round for today's map 3, and this has been nothing but a complete jam-packed entertainment coming in from both of the teams. So to all the viewers who have just tuned in, make sure that you are giving your massive love and support to both of these teams, and also for the channel, as this is Playtonia presenting the Ramadan Gaming Championship, which is going to be presented by SteelSeries and Tech Hub. Semi-finale number 1, and it's already been nothing less than a grand finale action. So you could have just imagined what a grand finale would look like. Shax takes down Legend, a great opening. Team Kamikaze now down with a numbers disadvantage. Hato, Sajai, Goku and Skillard. Snacks from the front yard ratio. Let's see what's gonna happen. Might want to come inside the other side of the window. Oh, that was a switch around. He really had caught me with that, reversal move. But still, on the other hand, you are gonna see Team KNF with that numbers advantage want to step in as a whole, as a unit, not trying to make sure that they are the ones who are, fighting those 1v1, losing it out, and not even getting these initial trades. Artu anticipating that maybe players would be coming in towards the side of Master Bathroom to put that diffuser plant, but no. Team Kamikaze, they are reading them like a book. Skiller down the line towards the blue hallway. Okay, he spots a drone. Trying to outplay the drone. If it gets activated, Skiller is someone who might already get the audio clue. This 100 IQ gameplay could be a big turnaround. But a 3v5. Now the intel is up. He knows all the action at the third floor. Goes towards library stairs, but he gives them enough footsteps. The diffuser has been planted, just 38 seconds remaining. And Auto is the last player surviving. Gets a player with a shotgun, but well. 4-2 scoreline. A 4-2 scoreline. Is it going to be enough? Is it going to be something where Team Kamikaze could still manage to give their comeback? Not to mention that Kamikaze was the team with 4-2 scoreline at the second map. But this time it's going to be Team KNF. And Team Kamikaze have not yet even started to put their sheer domination. Team KNF have been very, well structured in their gameplay. They have been very composed, and at this time there has been a drastic change in the operator picks, as this is a turn of side where Team KNF will need to defend. Just 3-round victory in the 6 would result in them giving one of the most epic comeback in a semi-finale, and then looking at themselves as a grand finalist, the first grand finalist here at the Ramadan Gaming Championship. Who is it gonna be? Because Team KNF, man, they have proven us all wrong right here. After all the hopes we had from the side of Kamikaze, just overlooking the fact that how dominative they were just in their round robin situation.
Well, haha, all right. Excuse me right there. You caught me drinking water.
10 seconds remaining.
But regardless, I do agree with what you said right there. KNF, we were bashing them a lot, right? Going into bank and halfway through bank, we were giving them a bit of a hard time. But at the end of the day, folks, I will also say I am quite happy with how this match has come out so far. KNF showing us exactly why we should be looking at them with, favorable eyes right about now, as they are 4-2 up against Kamikaze. Kamikaze, in the meanwhile, not looking good by much, if any metric at all. Round number 7 we are in at the moment, and the site is in kitchen, interestingly enough. For Kamikaze, this was the site that they did not really want to go to. They went here as a sort of third pick, and while they did win the round, and it was a good round for them to be absolutely sure, they never went back there, primarily because they couldn't. They went to kitchen in round 5. And round number 6, well, we saw what happened in bedroom. It was nearly a flawless round for KNF. So overall, I feel like KNF has walked away with a larger victory here than just the 4-2. They have momentum on their side, and they have Kamikaze by the scruff of the neck here. 4-2. Now the question is this going to be a repeat of bank, where Kamikaze were 4-2 up, and they let it slip entirely? Chalet has been known to be slightly, just slightly, attacker-sided, as it were, as the drones are going to come in. Sajade has spotted 2. In the meanwhile, towards the sunroom stairs, repels in towards the bathroom window, and now there's going to be a fight. There's Skiller here as well. Shots fired. That's going to give away the fact that there's a push here, but no, the Aruni didn't peek around in time, and that's 2 big ones for Skiller, coming up the bathroom side sneakily as you please. That's going to put KNF in a bit of a disadvantage, but the alibi, see right there, finds one. Shax has taken a kill and fallen back as quickly as possible. They know that there's no point in peeking these, but no, Shax will still try. Sajade is simply too good to be peeked like that. That's going to put them in a 2v4, leaving Loser, the Mira, and the Valkyrie, the last 2 standing. Friendly drone spotted, so that they have some more intel. Jukebox will be shut down as the breach happens on site. 40 seconds remain. Valkyrie pushes out, gets one, gets taken down. Sajade has put them in a 3v1 now. And the Mira is now 1 lone operator standing. Where is the diffuser? Gonna be going into the site. It is with Skill. Shots are fired. The plant is gonna happen, and there we go. Just covering pre-fire right there. Hato did go down to the Mira, but it did not matter, as Sajade was there for, I believe, their 3rd kill in the round. That makes it 3-4. Kamikaze now once again putting a round on board for themselves.
Oh man, this has been such an interesting game right here. Team Kamikaze, they have been just amazing, just insane with their round. The way we did so, right? How Kamikaze made sure that they were able to put Skiller at the front line, using Sajai's drone to spot on two players, making it look as if it's all drone who is just doing each and every job right there. But that's where a great move coming up from the side of Skillar, and once he steps up that massive, but it's still unfortunate to see that Legend is still yet to find the first kill in this board. Almost 7 rounds have been done. We have almost here at the 8th round, like I believe 60% of the game is already done. And after 60% of the game completely getting over, Legend might want to really come up on top. But first things first, he does not even have an assist right there. The Legend, yup, he's been having a tough time. But in case one of your players is having a tough time, that's a big pressure which another teammate has to uphold along with his own responsibility which he has been taken. The attacker side for the start of Team Kamikaze. This is round number 2 for the second half, 3-4 scoreline. Who will be capitalizing the round number 2? Backyard being totally being that point of entry for the start of Team Kamikaze. KNF already anticipating them. There towards piano room, it's going to be Morph. Let's see what's going to happen because Morph is just being confused out there. Team N1 towards the start of Solarium is really anticipating, is really holding on to this area. Hatu comes up. Okay, he has marked a player. But Skiller, okay, he's given on these audio clues to make sure that his teammate could initiate towards the room and then the drone could do the job. But Skiller, what of the players seems to be in a very difficult position? Potentially his own teammate, I believe. Or no, it's not a teammate, it's an AFK model, I believe. Legend on the other hand, using a good model of assist right there. Morph towards the side of Solarium. 2 players along with her, it's gonna be Valkyrie. A 5v5 situation, 1 minute 50 seconds down the clock, and Team Kamikaze, the only disadvantage which we have seen them is those end seconds panic move which they then start to put, and that does not result quite successfully in their favor.
It does not. Oh, wait, what? Okay, Shax just turns around, easy as you please, gets a 180 headshot onto Legend. That's going to be the first player from Kamikaze just completely taken down. And folks, ooh, Nelly, that I don't think is something that even the Zero player expected. Oh, Shax, there's one there. They saw him. That's the Zofia. Any second now, they're going to go on the drone. And this is going to be big. There we go. Caught on the drone. No idea from anyone that Shax was on the flank. You wouldn't think that an alibi that low in HP would come around to try and take more kills, did you? Well, now you know. Skiller is going to find one in return, only to get taken down. Morph is now confident. So is the rest of the team. Grenade goes out, but will that find anyone? No, it won't. C4 comes out. Shots are fired, and it's only a matter of time before Hato finds their end at the end of a barrel, and it's going to be Shax's barrel. That's the quad for the alibi. Who would have thought that an alibi who barely got a 180 headshot onto Legend would drop down, presumably to a safe position, you would think, right? Very low on HP. Surely that alibi doesn't come back around, back up the blue stairs, back up to completely mess up our plans, only to find Sajade, arguably the most important player on Kamikaze's team, on their drones. And to no fault of Sajade's, again, no one would have expected that. And yet, Shax made it happen. Alibi is very good for those rat plays, and Shax has just shown us one of those very nice rat plays indeed. 5-3 is the scoreline. Round 9. And ooh, that will definitely be stinging for Kamikaze.
Oh man, this is going to be so interesting. I'm just enjoying it at the best at this point of time, knowing the fact how the players are really trying to cope up with each and every situation which are not kind of favoring them at this point. Team Kamikaze, they had the victory at the first round. but instantly
10
lost
seconds
another
left before
one.
insertion.
The pressure is building. Team Kamikaze are losing the hopes to be at the grand finals. One more round win and Team KNF, they are gonna secure the series point, the match point. Is this the case? This was a similar case when Team Kamikaze was the one at a 5-2 scoreline, and that's where Team KNF evened it out. Not only did they even, but also secure the map. A whole reversal since then. But Team KNF, the momentum is still on. No mobile garage being up on the side of none other than Leizand. Okay, a great move out there. This could be a bit problem making. But well, a great move coming out of the side of Morph. Now trying to make sure that he is going to put some damage right there. Once again, want to use his util. 2 minutes, 13 seconds remaining. But these initial opening of the visual areas, this is going to be massive. A nade comes in, bounces off the shore. The entry point towards no ball. Okay, it's going to be nothing but a snow mobile garage. It's not going to be that easy. Spots a guy, deals some with some damage. A great opening. Skiller gets taken down. Morph is going to be the one who will be getting that opening. And Team KNF is now a good position to make sure that they are bringing this win home. 4v5 yet again. Snags X Roy trying to make sure that he is going to be having a close angle, and Snags takes down such that Team Kamikaze seems to be losing it all in this very round. If they lose it now, then it's all done. A great use of C4, but Legend was already anticipating. Trades him down, but Hadu gets taken down. Legend and Gokuson. 2 players remaining. Gokuson does not have much HP to work with, but Legend, he now has to top a good use of C4. But Legend still surviving. The flash is quite up. Oh my god, N1 somehow manages to dodge it off, but N1 takes down Goku. Legend being the solo player remaining, and Legend is now taken down, and we move on towards the match point. The series point. Team KNF just 1 win far away from taking us to the grand finals, where we will be seeing them. But for now, this is what we have been seeing tonight, that Team KNF, their determination, their hopes has been something which they haven't quite lost. At a moment where they had almost lost it, where almost each and every factors were against them, they came up on top, and they came up quite massively.
Not just that, man. I like, that breach play. That play on the breach by the Mute and the Kaid, I love that so much. So the thing is, right, when you have a Maverick in play and his basement's number will garage, the expected play is that a Maverick will come in, you know, make a tiny little hole, throw a grenade through, you know, a couple of flashbangs to burn the ADS, throw a grenade through, and that is your electrical defense shut down. If the Kaid electric claw is placed above, you have somebody on the lobby, take it out, breach is done, right? But they tried to go for the breach first. The electric claw was thrown in. It denied the breach. Fair enough. Maverick goes for the grenade toss hole. Doesn't manage to get anything because the electric claw is tossed far enough away. On top of that, the Mute walks up right up to the breach and sits there, safe from the grenade, so that when the Maverick goes to breach the wall by themselves, the Mute is there to run interference. So Maverick can't do anything. Osa doesn't have an angle to try and get a kill there because of the way the breach, lines for the breach are made. Thermite can't do much because, the Mute isn't standing on the drone. And Kaid, Morph, in the meanwhile, just turns around, shuts down whoever tried to come in towards Windsor. So then, Kamikaze tries to rotate. They get shut down entirely. Thanks to Shax, thanks to Morph, and thanks to, Nyx. And that's it. KNF just completely shutting down Kamikaze on all fronts. Going to match point 6-3. This is just not just match point, this is series point for us. This round, if it goes the way of KNF, then things will be theirs to win, as Hato will start things off as the Mute will start things off by finding Hato, and verticality from Shax. Shax again, Skiller and Sajade gone. Not Sajada, excuse me. Goku-san gone. Legend on the floor. And it's all Shax with the 4K. The aggression is real right there. Folks, there is no doubt about it. 7-3 is the scoreline on map number 3. And your winners? KNF. Who'd have thought after they lost their own map and were 5-2 down on Bank, who would have thought that we'd be saying KNF were the winners here tonight? Definitely not me. And I will, as I apologize for just smacking my mic again, this time with my pen, no less. I will have to say, KNF, I owe you an apology. I doubted y'all so hard, but just amazingly well done. And that last round on Kitchen, Shax was just over the moon with confidence, oozing confidence with every single gunfight they took. And, well, we saw what that got them, a 4K and a round win to boot. Nobody expected Shax throughout that entire second half. 2 4Ks back-to-back and an influential round 9. You look at that and you tell me that Kamikaze could have come up with an answer. I say no. Alibi Shax, that is, playing the Alibi, playing the Wamai, I believe in that last round. They're playing the Wamai, right? Yeah, Wamai. Well done. And that vertical kill through the hatch, I have to say. Who does that even? Not too many. But when a player is absolutely flying high with confidence, that is when you go and do things like that. Your enemies don't expect it. Might as well, right? But yeah, your first team to enter the grand finals here at the Playtonia presents the Ramadan Gaming Championship powered by SteelSeries and TechHub is a KNF, folks. A round of applause for them. And unfortunate for the side of the losing team here, Kamikaze, they will simply have to settle for the semifinalist prize. A little bit sad, but it is what it is. They did not play well enough. After they went 5-2 up on Bank, they completely lost the plot there. And on Chalet, they simply did not look good. They lose it out here, and they lose out their chance to go to the finals. It is what it is. KNF, we were looking at you for a great BO5 on Friday. But now, for the time being, man, what a game indeed. Wouldn't you agree, Opcon?
I mean, man, I'm just amazed. Team Kamikaze, the moment they had the victory at the very first map, things were insane. The moment they had a big second map, they were amazing. There was a time where we had a pause. We had Legend being disconnected, then reconnected. We have hard to try to make sure that he gets his time. But once they got the time, 4-1 and a 4-2. Still, Team Kamikaze was up with 5-2. After that, it was nothing but them just winning 3 rounds in the entire whole, game movement from that to this point of time. Just 3 rounds is all they have capitalized. And, well, if you talk about the side of Team KNF, they have massively secured 5 rounds in the previous map and back-to-back 7 rounds win here, which is something which you get to see not so often. But here, at such a competitive level, Team Kamikaze, they have just managed to lose out that one map, which was a decider map, and they had the opportunity to defend there. Team KNF, they win by a massive margin. This is the margin, Blackjack, which we were kind of anticipating at the map of Bank, where Team Kamikaze could have been the one with 7. But, well, Team KNF has proven themselves, and what's more better than them being satisfied with their performance and also getting the chance to showcase what their potential is after just losing map 1.
Absolutely agreed. KNF, like you said, we expected this like 7-3 for Kamikaze on Bank because that was home turf. I will still hold, Kamikaze should have won Bank. You look back at the way Bank was going and you tell me that Kamikaze looked like they were going to lose it when they were 5-2 up. They did not. But credit where credit is due. KNF shut them down left, right, and center. Amazing comeback to go 8-6 up and then to deny Kamikaze nearly any room other than what were some great plays by Sajade and Skiller. Other than those great plays from them, there was no moment in the entirety of Chalet where Kamikaze looked like they knew what they were up against. They did not. And the difference in the PvP shows it. Sajade, 983 with a KDR of 1.12. Not all bad. They made some great plays across the rounds that Kamikaze won. But look at KNF's Shax. 15.51. 3 KDR. The difference is huge right there. That is 3 less deaths and 6 more kills overall for Shax. Huge play from that player right there. Amazing stuff. I have to say, hats off to KNF. Very good comeback on Bank and very good play on Chalet. Kamikaze, unfortunately, this is where their journey ends, as you can see in the map screen right about now. Clubhouse, which was KNF's pick, Kamikaze won that 7-5. Bank, which was Kamikaze's pick, KNF won that 8-6. And the decider Chalet, KNF won 7-3. 2-1 on the map score. KNF are your first grand finalists here at the Playtonia Ramadan Gaming Championship, powered by SteelSeries and TechUp. And folks, let me tell you, we have had a fantastic time casting this game. So, before we end things off, any closing thoughts, Opcon?
I believe this is just the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. This is just the start. We'll be seeing you guys tomorrow at the same time, so do not forget to tune in if you are one of the favorite, the fans right there of your team who has been playing here, of those players as well. Because we have been seeing that more than the team, there have been fans for the players like Goku. We got to see a massive army right there in the chat section, in the viewers side, where they are just here to see one of those players. What are those learnings which they are getting connected with the current metas, the ban, the operator, the way they have been utilizing playing as a team, and the composure which they have is just another, I'll say, learning which we as a, like a viewer also get. But still, keeping those things aside, I believe viewers have been enjoyed quite for a while, because they could have not expected much. They got to see an overtime, you got to see the match number 3, you got to see 3 different map, and Team Kamikaze in the end struggling, which we don't see that often. But this is a massive platform, so only the best gets to win. And I believe Team Kamikaze, after this experience, things are just going to be working on in a better positive way for them, because now there is a big challenge in front of them which they would really want to just counter off and be the best within themselves. But days are just being off. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It's a part of game, but the best thing could be that you learn from these experience and what's better from losing and then capitalizing on your mistake. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, time to sign off. We'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. Make sure that you follow us on our social handles so that you get an update that which teams are going to be competing up against tomorrow. Meanwhile, first team, congratulations to the side of Team KNF and Kamikaze as well. Hope to see them in the next upcoming side. But in either which ways, both the teams have secured a good peripherals in their keyboard, mousepad, and the mouse with some headgears, I believe, as well, and some great dirhams, which has been a potential prize pool. So before we sign off, Blackjack, how was the semi-finale for you as well?
Oh, I loved it. I loved nearly every second of it. I do have to say, when Kamikaze started losing rounds, I was a bit taken aback, but, KNF, full credit to them for that. So, yeah, folks, like Upcon said, KNF will be moving through to the grand finals. Kamikaze will have to settle for the semifinalists' position here at the Playtonia Presents Ramadan Gaming Championship, powered by SteelSeries and TechUp, and we'll be back tomorrow night with the second semifinal to decide the second grand finalist of this grand tournament. Until then, that has been it for myself, Blackjack and Upcon, and our production and admin staff on the back end. Until tomorrow night, see you, stay tuned, and good night.
off the bomb. 15 seconds left. 15 seconds left.
Finding real love, gotta know where to look. Time moves fast, and I won't know. Yeah, I want to. Used to get in my life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I know my patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me What can I do to make you stay a little longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a little longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger.
But we got sticks for real. We looking out for the opposition. We don't do this for mass appeal. Don't make me blast it still. I put in work, no Vladimir. They want me to lose, but I can't. Mama shed like 1,000 tears. I can't do that shit to waste. I pull up in Mercedes. Next year you gon' see me pull up in the race. All I know is ball hard. Mama told me, boy, make sure you tie up your legs. Hey, when I was down bad, boy, I got on my knees and I started to pray. Now I'm breaking bread with my young Betty Wiz. You was a part of the gang. No, now we getting paid every single day. Yeah, I was hustling. I could turn an 8 to a 28. Let me show you. 12, they can kiss my ass. Yeah, see them lights. You know I got the strap. But right up now we getting paid every single day. Yeah, I was hustling. I could turn an 8 to a 28. Let me show you. 12, they can kiss my ass. Yeah, see them lights. You know I got the strap. But right I push the I do the dash, I'm on way to the bag, boy, you know I push the gas.
Yeah, okay, my timing is critical. Then on my rhyming is pivotal. Homie, the dash is digital, gas residual. Fire and smoke, I don't need it a ritual. You bet my cash is on. I hit the gas, I'm gone. Riding my wave, I've been stuck in my zone. I'm in a blast them all, sliding on faith. I've been finding my ways, grinding for days. I'm in a shot of the hate. All of y'all wanted for praise, stuck in a phase, let it and turn it ablaze. Yeah, homie, you don't wanna race, nah. Better to stick to your place. Yeah, want it all, I gotta taste. You push on the pedal, now I gotta skate. Yeah, all I ever known, put me on this throne, pinnacle. Push my buttons and that motherfucker go. What you know, what you own. Push it and I zone. Sonic booms full of room, run it till the tomb with my goons, motherfuckers. Y'all know what it do with the crew when we coming through. Y'all better move, make it fast. Ain't no second chance coming for your ass. Turn the ass, burning rubber now. Better push the gas like.
I do the dash, I'm on way to the bag, boy, you know I push the gas.